Chapter 880. The black light streaked across the sky like a meteor, covering hundreds of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it only took a few breaths to cover hundreds of thousands of meters before falling. As soon as he landed, the black light dissipated, revealing Fei Mingyu's figure. His pale face was filled with ruthlessness, and the depths of his eyes contained an extremely dense killing intent. It was a monstrous killing intent directed at Shenzong. At this moment, there was no trace of madness on Fei Mingyu's face, only killing intent and hatred. His robe was tattered and many wounds could be seen on his body. Two of the most serious wounds were his shoulder, and the other was a sword wound on his back. The wounds were so deep that even his bones could be seen, but they had already stopped bleeding. Hatred and killing intent lingered in his heart, accumulating like a volcano that was about to erupt. He had thought that he would be the strongest cultivator after entering the Earth Vein Tide, and that he would be invincible. Little did he think that he would be the one to be wounded in the end. If he hadn't used his trump card in time to escape, he would have most likely died. Humiliation, anger. Fei Mingyu wasn't an ordinary person after all. He wasn't overwhelmed by anger and killing intent. His scarlet eyes gradually recovered, but the killing intent didn't disappear. It was buried in his heart and was constantly brewing. Once it erupted, it would be even stronger than before. After calming down, Fei Mingyu's injuries also rapidly healed. He swept his sharp eyes around and saw everything clearly. Immediately, he was startled as he seemed to hear an intermittent sound in the distance. This sound, Fei Mingyu couldn't help but reveal a touch of joy. His figure flashed and flew towards the source of the sound at his fastest speed. It didn't take long for him to see the source of the spring that was constantly emitting white mist. Shenzong jumped into the earth vein spring and sat down cross-legged. This time, Shenzong didn't immerse himself wholeheartedly like the last time, because he would lose his keen perception of the outside world and wouldn't be able to sense anyone approaching him. It was because of this that he was attacked last time. Fortunately, the strength of the Bloodsword family was limited. If it had been the Skyscraper Society that attacked him, he would have been in danger. Even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Therefore, this time, even if the efficiency of his comprehension was lower, he still had to pay attention to the outside world to ensure his own safety. Opportunities were important, but one's life was even more important. If one lost an opportunity, as long as one was alive, there would be another opportunity. If one lost one's life, even a great opportunity would be useless. Now, be it in terms of qi refinement cultivation or body tempering cultivation, Shenzong had reached the true limits of the extreme mortal realm. He could not improve any further. This level of improvement was equivalent to that of a king-ranked martial artist who had been stuck in the king-ranked martial artist realm for many years. However, because Shenzong practiced a peerless level cultivation method, the power and potential of the spiritual power he cultivated were incomparable to other cultivation methods, unless someone also practiced a peerless level cultivation method. Talent determined one's height, potential determined one's path, and temperament determined one's achievements. Shenzong was not lacking in either. Although he wasn't fully focused, Shenzong still quickly entered a state of comprehension. Traces of pure earth vein power flowed from every part of his body, enveloping every single particle and nourishing them. His body gradually merged with the earth, and his heartbeat gradually synchronized with the pulse of the earth, becoming indistinguishable. Under these circumstances, Shenzong's change was particularly obvious. It was as if he had wholeheartedly merged with the earth, but he still retained a sense of the outside world. It was as if his body had merged with the earth and had become a part of it. With himself as the center, everything within a 10,000-meter radius turned from blurry to clear, appearing in his senses. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was one entity, but it was also as if he had been split into countless individuals, spreading out in this 10,000-meter radius. He could sense everything in this area very clearly. When the wind blew, the tracks and sounds of sand and stones rolling became very clear. Bang, bang, Bang! This was the sound of his heart beating, and also the sound of the earth's pulse. Sound after sound, slow and heavy, simple and ancient, containing the ancientness and vicissitudes of time. This was the accumulation of a long time, an incomparably ancient low chant, as if it came from the ancient times. The earth was the vessel of life. It had gone through the ages endlessly and had given birth to countless lives. Who knew how many lives had died and decayed, returning to the earth? The earth was vigorous, heavy, and steady. Strands of spiritual light emerged, gathering and accumulating in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. This allowed Chunzong's understanding of the power of the earth veins to grow deeper and deeper. This also belonged to the understanding of the earth spirit realm. The mysteries of the earth spirit realm were thus slowly unveiled in front of Chunzong. The spiritual energy began to circulate naturally, flowing through every part of Chunzong's body. It was like an endless tide, constantly circulating. As it circulated, traces of the power of the earth veins were gradually integrated into it, being carried along by the spiritual energy. During the process of circulation, the power of the earth veins gradually merged with the spiritual energy. You are me, and I am you. There is no distinction between you and me. A vigorous and heavy feeling also slowly appeared in Chunzong's spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was transforming. From the spiritual energy of an extreme mortal realm practitioner, it was slowly transforming into the spiritual energy of an earth vein, which could only be controlled by an earth spirit realm practitioner. Of course, there were still some differences between the spiritual energy of a pseudo-earth spirit realm practitioner and an earth spirit realm practitioner. He was completely immersed in his comprehension, but a part of his consciousness could clearly sense all movements within the 10,000-meter radius. Gradually, the range of his perception also began to expand. 11,000 meters, 12,000 meters, 13,000 meters. It didn't stop expanding until it was 15,000 meters away. If something entered the range of 15,000 meters, it would be sensed by Chunzong. Chunzong could also clearly sense whether it was a living thing or a dead thing, whether it was a human or a beast, and react in time. Chunzong could even sense the strength of the breath. Imperceptibly, it greatly increased his safety. This was incomparable to the first time he entered the earth vein spring. The first time he entered, the greatest effect of the earth vein spring was to improve his physique and synchronize it with his chi cultivation. In addition, he wasn't mentally prepared. Now, the second time was different. Naturally, there would be a different effect. As the earth vein power continued to enter his body, the water of the earth vein spring gradually became diluted. At first, it was in a liquid state, but now it slowly turned into a gaseous state. Most of the spiritual energy in Chunzong's body had also transformed. The transformed spiritual energy was similar to the previous spiritual energy, but also different. It exuded a kind of vigor and a kind of heaviness. Time passed slowly. In this state, Chunzong didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, there was a tremor, and the feeling of being integrated with the earth disappeared in an instant. It was very uncomfortable, as if he had suddenly woken up from a beautiful dream. However, Chunzong had a strong ability to adapt, so he quickly got used to it. At this moment, the earth vein spring had disappeared and was replaced by a flat ground. Chunzong jumped up and landed lightly on the ground. When his feet touched the ground, a wonderful feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if his feet had some kind of connection with the earth. This connection wasn't as simple as standing on the ground. It was a deeper connection. It seemed that there was a wonderful commonality between the two. Chunzong thought for a moment and knew what this commonality was. It was the spiritual energy that was constantly surging in his body. It was the spiritual energy that had undergone a transformation. Earth vein spirit energy. Sensing it carefully, Chunzong felt that the earth vein spirit energy was different from the previous spiritual energy. It had an indescribable vigor and heaviness, causing the spiritual energy's strength to increase significantly. This was also why pseudo-Earth Spirit Realm martial artists were much stronger than most extreme 9th-stage Mortal Realm martial artists. They were comparable to king-ranked martial artists. If one's body also transformed into the Earth Vein body, one's strength would increase again. If a king-ranked martial artist could master the Earth Vein Spirit energy and the Earth Vein body and combine the two Lingwu, their strength would be even more frightening. After the spiritual energy merged with the Earth Vein power and transformed into the Earth Vein Spirit energy, not only would its strength increase, but it would also have a slight connection with the Earth. This connection caused Chunzong to have that wonderful feeling when he stood on the ground. Immediately, using his finger as a sword, the Earth Vein Spirit energy surged and transformed into a heavy sword light that sliced through the air. It sliced through the hard ground, and the rocks in the distance were all sliced apart as if they were as fragile as tofu. In an instant, Chunzong retracted his finger. However, that finger light traveled a few hundred meters and left a straight sword mark on the ground. It was unstoppable as everything was sliced apart. If it was in the past, I could have done this as well. However, I feel even more relaxed now. Chunzong muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed as he saw clearly where the rocks were sliced apart. Those weren't just marks left behind by a sharp blade. They were also marks left behind by a frightening and domineering strength. Double. Chunzong raised his eyebrows slightly as a smile appeared on his face. After the spiritual energy metamorphosis, just by using it alone, my strength can double. Double didn't sound like much, but one must know that Chunzong's foundation was so strong that it was difficult for most practitioners of the same level to reach it. A double increase was undoubtedly terrifying. Immediately, Chunzong circulated his Earth Vein Spirit energy, Chi Force, and spiritual consciousness to transform into the Void Sword Force. Once again, he slashed out with his finger. It was effortless and almost effortless, leaving a 1,000-meter-long sword mark on the ground. It was even more effortless and powerful than before. 50%. Chunzong muttered to himself. The metamorphosis of his spiritual energy had also significantly increased the power of the Void Sword Force. Its overall power had increased by 50%. 50%. That was equivalent to using a good secret method. If I had this strength before, that person from the Skyscraper Society wouldn't have been my opponent at all. Chunzong muttered to himself. If I can cultivate the Earth Vein body, the power of the Void Sword Force will increase again. By then, my strength will be even more tyrannical. At that time, the Lingwu Union will be qualified to be called invincible under the Earth Spirit Realm. Chapter 881. Is this the power of the Earth Vein? The disciple of the Longjian family couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the destruction he'd caused. After entering the Earth Tide, he'd coincidentally found an Earth Spring, with no one fighting over it. He'd been able to smoothly absorb the energy of the Earth Vein within the Earth Spring, causing his own spirit energy to transform into Earth Vein Spirit energy. Its power had greatly increased compared to before, causing his strength to improve even more. I'll find another Earth Vein Spring and transform my body into an Earth Vein body. This person was quite ambitious and wasn't willing to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm from the pseudo-Earth Spirit Realm. Those who entered the Earth Tide would either be killed, die in some dangerous situation, or have a fortuitous encounter. There were only two kinds of fortuitous encounters within the Earth Tide: the Earth Vein Spring and the Earth Vein Stone. Whoosh! His body was like a stream of light, incomparably swift, and with an indescribable nimbleness and elegance. He crossed the sky in an instant and disappeared into the distance. My movement speed is more than 50% faster than before. Chunzong thought to himself as he moved as fast as lightning. Because he was moving too fast, the wind that came towards him became incomparably sharp, like the tip of a blade, as if it wanted to tear him apart. However, the true meaning of wind allowed Chunzong to avoid the sharpness of the wind, and even borrow the power of the wind to increase his speed. I wonder how fast a true Earth Spirit Realm cultivator is. Chunzong thought to himself. His speed was without a doubt much faster than those in the extreme mortal realm. Even the pseudo-Earth Spirit Realm cultivator from the Skyscraper Association wasn't as fast as him. As for those who had just stepped into the Earth Spirit Realm, he didn't know how fast they were. Were they faster, slower, or similar to him? Chunzong suddenly had a strong desire to compare himself with them. As he flew past at an astonishing speed, he spread out his spirit sense and raised his perception to the extreme, searching for earth vein springs and earth vein stones. If I can find another earth vein spring, I might be able to transform my physique into an earth vein body. Chunzong said to himself. If he were to cultivate on his own in the outside world, he would have to spend a lot of time to reach this step. But here, the earth vein spring was a great opportunity that could shorten the time by a lot. Although it was not a leap to the sky, it was still very amazing. Furthermore, Chunzong was a king-ranked martial artist previously. What's more, he was a king-ranked martial artist whose chi, refinement, and body had reached the human extreme. As long as his body successfully transformed into the earth vein body and absorbed enough earth vein power, he would be able to become a high-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm martial artist in a short time. Although Chunzong had already found 2 earth vein springs, he wasn't sure if he could find a third one. It all depended on luck. Traces of faintly discernible fluctuations permeated the air. They did not dissipate, but were instead very tenacious, as if an invisible net had condensed and entrenched itself. This kind of fluctuation, Chunzong suddenly stopped and raised his perception to the extreme to feel carefully. His soul sense spread out like a net and spread out inch by inch, covering every inch of air and ground. As long as there was a special fluctuation, there was an 80% to 90% chance that there was a special situation. However, this fluctuation did not come from the earth vein spring. The fluctuation spread out to a radius of 10,000 meters. Chunzong sensed it carefully and checked it carefully. Time passed. After a while, Chunzong's body flashed and appeared a few thousand meters away. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light as he stared at a certain spot on the ground. Using his finger as a sword light flashed and pierced through the air. With a loud bang, that spot on the ground instantly exploded. This sword was very powerful. Under Chunzong's precise control and exquisite control, it split open the ground and penetrated a few meters deep. The sword aura met with an obstruction and immediately broke apart. Chunzong's eyes focused as he saw what had blocked the sword aura. It was a stone. From the outline of the stone, it was about the size of a human head. The earth vein stone. Chunzong was suddenly overjoyed. The earth vein stone he found before was about the size of a fist. However, this one was about the size of a human head, which was several times larger. The larger the earth vein stone, the more earth vein energy it contained, and the better its effect. Naturally, its value would be amazing. 2 or 3 times, Chunzong dug out the earth vein stone that was about the size of a human head. After taking a closer look, his expression suddenly changed. Is it not the earth vein stone? This color was very similar to the earth vein stone he had found before. However, upon closer inspection, he found that it was completely different. It looked more rigid and not as flexible. Under his investigation, Chunzong did not feel a clear fluctuation of earth vein energy. It was very obscure. Is it useless stone? Chunzong could not help but frown. However, Chunzong could feel that the source of the strange fluctuation was this stone. After a closer inspection, Chunzong wrapped the stone with his earth vein spiritual energy and penetrated it little by little. He could feel that his earth vein spiritual energy was blocked, and it was very difficult to penetrate. However, in the end, his earth vein spiritual energy still penetrated into the depths of this seemingly useless stone. As if there was a roar, an extremely vigorous, pure, and heavy force swept over like a tide and came into contact with Chunzong's earth vein spiritual energy. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if he had fallen into an ocean of earth vein energy. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He shook his palm slightly, and the tyrannical force was skillfully vibrated from outside to inside from all directions at amazing speed. There was a continuous cracking sound, starting from the surface of the stone, as if it had experienced countless years in an instant. It quickly turned into dust and kept falling off. Soon, only the centermost part, about the size of a baby's fist, was left. When all the dust fell off, the baby's fist-sized piece emitted a misty brown halo. It spread out layer by layer, and the wonderful fluctuation in the air suddenly intensified to the extreme. Chunzong's pupils contracted to the size of needles, and an incomparably sharp light shot out from them, as if piercing through the baby's fist-sized piece in his hand. The fluctuation of the aura is the fluctuation of earth vein energy, but it's many times purer and more vigorous than the earth vein stone from before. Chunzong said to himself, "This thing should also be a earth vein stone." Elder Tang said that earth vein stone is just a general term. The earth vein stone I found before is the most ordinary type of earth vein stone. There is another type that is better than ordinary earth vein stones. It is called earth vein stone essence. It is the essence of earth vein stones. Could this piece in my hand be an earth vein stone essence? Chunzong could not help guessing, and his heart was filled with excitement. Earth vein stone essence was also a kind of earth vein stone, but it belonged to the essence of an ordinary earth vein stone. It was harder to cultivate than an earth vein stone, and the earth vein energy contained in it was more vigorous and pure. Its value was at least 10 times that of an earth vein stone. The more Chunzong looked at it, the more certain he was that it was an earth vein stone essence. He did not expect to find an earth vein stone essence instead of an earth vein spring. The earth vein energy contained in the earth vein stone essence was not only purer and more vigorous than an earth vein stone, but also more active. Chunzong could feel it more directly and absorb the earth vein energy in it better. Even if he did not find an earth vein spring, Chunzong could use this earth vein stone essence to transform his body into an earth vein body in a short time. Of course, compared with the earth vein spring, it was still inferior. With a wave of his hand, the earth vein stone essence was stored in the virtual ring, and the strange aura fluctuation in the air also faded and soon disappeared without a trace. The last bit of mist was sucked into his body and refined. There was no more earth vein energy coming out of the mouth of the spring. The energy of the earth vein spring had been completely absorbed. His body trembled slightly. With a boom, it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded. It surged out in all directions like a surging tide. An incomparably terrifying aura swept out like a wave of blades. It forcibly scraped up a layer of the surrounding ground, turning into waves of earth waves that battered the ground. In the roar, the aura rushed up into the sky again, as if it was going to break the sky, with a kind of amazing vigor. 10 breaths later, the overbearing aura gradually retracted, and the rolling waves of earth also paused a few thousand meters away before falling back down. With that figure as the center, the ground within a few thousand meters was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been sliced by a giant knife, and it still exuded a shocking aura. His eyes opened, and his overbearing gaze was like a knife light tearing through the sky. When he opened his mouth, it was as if a knife aura had broken through the air, and a huge rock a few hundred meters away was instantly split open and then exploded. The corner of Fei Mingyu's mouth curled up, and his face was once again filled with madness. His arms shook slightly, and the overbearing power instantly surged, as if he could split the earth with a single knife. Very strong. Unprecedentedly strong. I've become even stronger, Fei Mingyu muttered to himself. His madness grew even stronger. Compared to before, it's at least 50% stronger. King-ranked martial artists had sufficient control over their own strength, and thus, after their strength increased, they could calculate based on various aspects and obtain a more accurate value. However, it's a pity that one earth vein spring doesn't contain enough earth vein power to allow me to truly break through, Fei Mingyu thought to himself. Fei Mingyu secretly said. He clenched his fist, and a powerful explosion like muffled thunder resounded, causing the air around his palm to fluctuate. He'd thought that he'd be able to successfully form a king earth vortex with the help of this earth spring and break through to the earth spirit realm. However, he hadn't thought that the earth spring wouldn't contain enough power of the earth spring, causing him to only form a vague outline of the king earth vortex. At this level, he was only one step into the earth spirit realm, but he hadn't truly reached the earth spirit realm. Only when the earth vein king spiral was completely condensed would he be considered to have truly reached the earth spirit realm. Of course, it wasn't that the earth vein spring didn't contain enough earth vein power, but that a high-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm martial artist needed more earth vein power to condense the earth vein king spiral. If it was a low-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm martial artist, absorbing the earth vein power from one earth vein spring would allow him to successfully condense the earth vein king spiral and break through to the earth spirit realm. Chapter 882. When the earth wave was activated, the entire underground space would be swept away, giving birth to the earth spring and earth stone. These two items could help extreme mortal realm practitioners break through to the earthly spirit realm in a short amount of time, and could also help earthly spirit realm practitioners increase their cultivation in a short amount of time. It could be said that there were many benefits. This underground space could be said to be large, but it could also be said to be small. At the very center of this underground space, a gap suddenly appeared on the incomparably flat ground. The gap was around a meter in diameter, and was dark and gloomy, as if it led to an endless abyss. Soon after, the ground began to tremble gently, as if something was gathering an even deeper level, before gushing out from that meter-wide gap. With a boom, it shot up into the sky like a fountain. The white aura contained traces of dense brown. In an instant, it shot up to a height of several hundred meters. Then, it spread out like a huge, opened umbrella, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Then it sprinkled down. It was like a torrential downpour. In the blink of an eye, a radius of several hundred meters was filled with the dense white mist, and it kept gushing out from the gap. The white mist within the radius of several hundred meters became denser and denser, gradually liquefying into droplets of water that dripped down. Traces of brown mist were hidden within the droplets, making the white water droplets appear even more lively and profound. The earth vein spring. This was an earth vein spring that had just appeared, and it covered a radius of several hundred meters. Compared to the other earth vein springs, it was at least 100 times stronger. Even an earth spirit realm practitioner would be shocked if they saw it. The enormous earth vein spring that spanned several hundred meters suddenly emitted an astonishing aura of the earth vein force. It swept out in all directions like a storm, and it kept on shaking. It was like an endless river, and it kept on moving further and further away. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An astonishing sound kept on surging out from the earth vein spring like rolling thunder. What's that sound? A person from the Skyscraper Society suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he looked towards the direction of the sound. Since entering this place, he had only found one earth vein stone, but he had yet to find an earth vein spring. Therefore, this sound was unfamiliar to him. Out of curiosity and a trace of indescribable expectation, this person immediately used his movement technique and quickly rushed towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, he felt traces of dense aura fluctuations. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and his face was filled with shock. In front of him was an enormous mass of white mist that spread out like water and seemed to be at least several hundred meters in radius. The earth vein spring. Impossible. How can there be such a huge earth vein spring? This person's face was filled with disbelief. This earth vein spring was simply too big, so big that it made one's heart tremble, so big that it was inconceivable. The earth vein spring. The earth vein spring. The earth vein spring. An incomparably huge earth vein spring. A earth vein spring. A earth vein spring. Wild laughter rang out. Unimaginable joy and excitement filled his heart, and his chest almost exploded from the intensity of his heart. If he were to comprehend such an enormous earth vein spring and absorb all the earth vein power contained within, not only would he be able to break through to the mid-pseudo-earth spirit realm, he might even be able to break through to the earth spirit realm. He might even be able to advance further in the earth spirit realm. Filled with excitement, this person took a step forward and rushed towards the earth vein spring at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, dense and pure earth vein force enveloped his entire body and rapidly seeped into every part of his body. This aura fluctuation, Fei Mingyu put away a earth vein stone into his mustard seed bag and suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed like blades as he looked towards the distant sky with a somewhat dignified expression. Although he was still quite a distance away, he was already half a step into the earth spirit realm. Compared to a true earth spirit realm cultivator, the only difference was that the earth veins weren't condensed enough. But if he was compared to an earth spirit realm cultivator who'd broken through to the early stage of the first level of the earth spirit realm, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior and was even a bit stronger. His powerful strength had greatly enhanced his perception, especially his perception of earth vein power, which had been enhanced by more than 10 times. Therefore, Fei Mingyu could clearly sense how powerful and pure the aura of earth vein power was from afar. Could it be an earth vein spring? Fei Mingyu couldn't help but speculate. If it was an earth vein spring, it would be several times more vigorous than the one he had just absorbed. Such a vigorous earth vein spring is enough to fully condense my earth vein king spiral. Fei Mingyu couldn't help but feel excited. Once the earth vein king spiral was fully condensed, he would truly step into the earth spirit realm. At that time, his strength would skyrocket and he would be invincible in the earth spirit realm. If I meet him again, I can easily kill him without drawing my blade. Fei Mingyu couldn't help but think of Chun Zong's face. Terrifying, murderous intent shot out from the bottom of his eyes. With a boom, the ground collapsed and countless cracks spread out for hundreds of meters. Fei Mingyu's figure had already soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the dense aura at an astonishing speed. This aura is so astonishing. It's clearly the aura of an earth vein spring. How big is this earth vein spring? Song Haoshuan of the Celestial Sword Clan shot out shocking sword lights from his eyes. There seemed to be sword shadows reflected in his pupils. He had already found an earth vein spring and had successfully absorbed it, transforming his physique into the earth vein body. He had leaped from the low-grade false earth spirit realm to the middle-grade false earth spirit realm. Before this, he was a king-ranked martial artist. In other words, as long as he had enough earth vein power, he would be able to reach the high-grade false earth spirit realm. However, the gap between the middle-grade false earth spirit realm and the high-grade false earth spirit realm was very obvious. It would require a lot of earth vein power as well. According to his estimation, he would need to find at least 2 earth vein springs of the same size as before. Now, it seemed like there was no need for that. An overbearing aura suddenly burst out from his body. With a flash of sword light, he streaked across the sky with unparalleled might and flew towards the direction of the dense earth vein power fluctuation. Such intense fluctuations meant that the earth vein spring here was very big. It should be enough for him to reach the high-grade false earth spirit realm. Perhaps it could even help him step into the earth spirit realm. The earth vein power fluctuation from the 100-meter-long earth vein spring was shockingly dense. It continued to spread, and the area it affected was getting bigger and bigger. More people felt it, and they were all overjoyed. One after another, they flew towards the direction of the earth vein power at an astonishing speed. Chunzong's eyes were very bright as the stars. The extremely dense earth vein power fluctuation made Chunzong extremely excited. Now, Chunzong had reached the low-grade false earth spirit realm, but his potential could reach the high-grade false earth spirit realm. What he needed was more earth vein power. With enough earth vein power, Chunzong's cultivation and strength would continue to increase until he broke through to the earth spirit realm. Chunzong's perception was far superior to others. After reaching the low-grade false Earth spirit realm, his perception of Earth vein power wasn't inferior to famed Mingyu's at all. Activating the profound heart transformation technique to the extreme, Chunzong flew through the sky at an astonishing speed. After a while, he saw the white aura soaring into the sky. Strands of brown silk swayed within it, like seaweed in the water. That's... Chunzong's pupils shrank in horror. There was no doubt that it was the Earth vein spring. However, the Earth vein spring was way too big, so big that it was a little frightening. It seemed that the Earth vein spring was at least 100 times bigger than the one he had absorbed before. Just how much Earth vein power did it contain? For a moment, Chunzong was extremely excited. If he could absorb the Earth vein power contained within such a huge Earth vein spring, he might be able to reach the Earth spirit realm in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Chunzong's breathing became a little hurried, but he didn't lose his mind because Chunzong thought of something. I can feel the powerful Earth vein power fluctuations. Others can feel it too and are rushing over. I'm afraid a fight is unavoidable. Chunzong wasn't afraid at all. If they want to fight, then let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. As he approached, the Earth vein spring became increasingly clear. Chunzong also saw several figures rushing over from other directions. They didn't stop at all and plunged into the Earth vein spring. At this time, he didn't want to pay attention to others even if he saw them. It would only be a waste of time. With such a huge Earth vein spring and such a huge commotion, it would definitely attract a lot of people. Everyone knew that the best result would be to take it all for themselves. However, the truth was the truth. Therefore, they could only seek more benefits. If they insisted on blocking others, they would inevitably have to fight. Even if it didn't have any effect on the Earth vein spring, it would still benefit others and allow them to enter the Earth vein spring earlier. Therefore, the most important thing to do was to ignore the others and focus on absorbing the power of the Earth vein spring as long as there was no threat. Since no one came to stop him, Chunzong naturally didn't want to waste time by blocking others. He plunged into the Earth vein spring and quickly went to the mouth of the Earth vein spring. The mouth of the Earth vein spring was the center of the Earth vein power. The closer one got to the mouth of the Earth vein spring, the stronger the Earth vein power. Similarly, it was more beneficial for practitioners. However, as Chunzong got closer to the mouth of the Earth vein spring, he found that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger, and so was the pressure. The mouth of the two previous Earth vein springs naturally had resistance, but that level of resistance was nothing to Chunzong. Now, the resistance here was at least 1,000 times stronger. 1,000 times increase in resistance was undoubtedly a qualitative change. When Chunzong was 10 meters away from the mouth of the Earth vein spring, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move half a step forward. The resistance was too strong and the pressure was too great. Chapter 883. Inside the 1-meter-wide spring, the power of the Earth veins gushed out unceasingly. The power of the Earth veins had a thick brown color, and it was extremely heavy. Each of them seemed to have the weight of a mountain, which was extremely terrifying. The pressure emitted by this weight constantly impacted the surroundings, maintaining the pressure at a relatively high level and making it difficult to approach. There was no one within a 10-meter radius of the spring. It wasn't that they didn't want to approach, but that they couldn't. A figure was sitting cross-legged 10 meters away. It was Chunzong. The second figure was 20 meters away. Although the figure sitting 20 meters away from the spring was envious of the figure sitting 10 meters away, he knew very well that it was not a distance that he could reach. Even though he was sitting 20 meters away, he had to bear a great deal of pressure at all times. If he took another step forward, he would feel as though his body would be crushed. At this moment, a figure flew over at an astonishing speed, like a heavenly blade tearing through the sky. As soon as he landed, he stomped on the ground, and with a boom, the ground caved in several hundred meters. Countless shocking cracks appeared, and the figure soared into the sky again, charging forward at an astonishing speed. Fei Mingyu was ecstatic as he approached the enormous earth vein spring. This earth vein spring was much larger than he had imagined. If I absorb and refine it, not only will I be able to successfully condense the king earth vein spiral, but it will also improve my cultivation base. Muttering to himself, Fei Mingyu seemed to be greatly motivated as he sped up again. He plunged into the earth vein spring. The rich earth vein power immediately wrapped around his body, making him feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but sigh. Immediately after, he rushed toward the spring without slowing down. However, when he was 50 meters away from the spring, the pressure increased sharply and his speed dropped significantly. With every meter he advanced, the pressure would increase and his speed would decrease sharply. When he was 20 meters away, his speed was almost the same as running, but it was still decreasing. Suddenly, Fei Mingyu's footsteps paused and his eyes widened. Terrifying killing intent swept out like a tide and locked onto a figure in front of him. It was the person who had injured him before. His hatred and murderous intent were so intense that it was as if magma was about to erupt from a volcano. This extremely dense murderous intent alarmed Chunzong, causing him to instantly leave his state of comprehension. His eyes emitted a cold light that collided with Fei Mingyu's gaze, causing invisible shockwaves to surge out. Fei Mingyu wanted to kill Chunzong, but Chunzong also wanted to kill Fei Mingyu. The two were like fire and water, but they restrained themselves in this huge earth vein spring. After all, such a huge earth vein spring was rare. They might not have encountered it in a previous earth vein tide. If they fought, they might destroy it and miss this opportunity. Therefore, even though Fei Mingyu wanted nothing more than to draw his saber and cut Chunzong into pieces, a trace of reason still suppressed his impulse and murderous intent. "I'll spare your life for now." Fei Mingyu's voice entered Chunzong's ears. His voice was bone-chilling and carried an unresolvable killing intent. In an instant, it felt as if countless blade lights were about to touch him. Chunzong couldn't help but tremble, his hair standing on end. Danger! Chunzong felt a strong sense of danger from Fei Mingyu's words. This meant that Fei Mingyu's strength had increased significantly compared to before. He was now strong enough to threaten Chunzong's life. Could it be that this person has already broken through? Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not help but secretly guess. If he had broken through, would he have reached the Earth Spirit realm? He couldn't be sure, but it was certain that Fei Mingyu had become stronger. It was also a fact that Fei Mingyu was able to bring such a strong sense of danger to Chunzong. However, Chunzong wasn't afraid. Danger was danger, but it was hard to predict the outcome of a real battle. Additionally, Fei Mingyu didn't seem to want to fight right away. It seemed that he wanted to absorb the power of the earth vein to further improve himself. This was in line with Chunzong's thoughts. "I'll take advantage of this opportunity to absorb even more power from the ley lines and transform my body into a body of ley lines. Then, I'll reach the upper-ranked pseudo-earth spirit realm. After that, I'll attempt to break through to the earth spirit realm." Fei Mingyu forcibly suppressed his killing intent and hatred, but only for the time being. He was waiting for an even fiercer eruption later. Fei Mingyu walked to the front of Chunzong and sat down cross-legged across from him. Fei Mingyu was closer to the spring than Chunzong, but there wasn't much of a difference. They were both 10 meters apart, but Chunzong was 10 meters behind, while Fei Mingyu was 10 meters in front. They were about 20 meters apart. Normally, this was a very close distance and could be covered in an instant. However, they were separated by a spring, and under such pressure, their usual speed was completely suppressed. They could only walk at the speed of an ordinary person at best. Even if Chunzong wanted to attack, Fei Mingyu would have enough time to react. Chunzong relaxed a bit after seeing Fei Mingyu's reaction, but he still maintained a part of his vigilance. He continued to absorb the power of the earth vein. "I have 1 foot in the earth spirit realm now, so I'm no longer pseudo. No one here can compare to me in terms of speed of absorption." This wasn't arrogance, but absolute confidence. Fei Mingyu was confident that he could absorb more power than the person from the Empyrean Association. He held a mid-grade spirit source in each hand. As soon as he absorbed it, the earth vein energy that was about to seep into his body suddenly rushed into his body like a flood and was quickly refined. Then, along with the spirit energy in his body, it continuously flowed into the blurry and illusory earth vein king vortex. The king earth vein whirlpool slowly rotated and began to absorb the incoming earth vein spirit force. The faster it rotated, the faster the earth vein spirit force would be absorbed, and the more earth vein spirit force would enter Fei Mingyu's body. On the other side, Chunzong continued to absorb the power of the earth vein. The energy here was purer and denser than the two springs from before. Currently, Chunzong's spiritual energy had all transformed into earth vein spiritual energy, and he had reached the peak of the extreme mortal stage. There was no way for him to increase his spiritual energy any further. However, the earth vein spiritual energy continued to disperse throughout his body, slowly merging into his organs, bones, blood, muscles, and skin. As for Chunzong, each of his hands held a mid-grade spiritual source. The earth vein spirit chi in one's body was used to fuse with one's body, causing one's body to transform and eventually become an earth vein body. The earth vein spirit chi would be consumed and had to be replenished. The most efficient way to replenish it was to absorb earth vein spirit chi from the outside world and fuse it with one's own spirit chi. The earth vein spirit chi spread to every part of the body and fused into the deepest level of the particles, causing the particles to transform and affect every part of the body. Finally, it became the earth vein body. Chunzong could feel that his body was undergoing a marvelous change. This change wouldn't make him more powerful or faster. Instead, it would make his body more tenacious, possess more defensive power, and be more resistant to harsh environments. Additionally, his life-saving ability and survivability would be significantly improved. The speed at which Chunzong absorbed the power of the earth veins was extremely fast, and the speed at which his body absorbed the power of the earth veins was also extremely fast. His body was like a piece of land that had been dry for a long time, and the power of the earth veins was like rain falling from the sky, constantly being absorbed. More and more people entered the earth vein spring and absorbed the earth vein energy. The earth vein energy gradually decreased, but it wasn't obvious. Chunzong and Fei Mingyu were the closest to the spring at 10 meters. Then there were 3 people at 20 meters, 5 at 30 meters, 6 at 40 meters, and 8 at 50 meters. Everyone's body was like a greedy sponge, madly absorbing the earth vein energy. Everyone's strength was invisibly increasing. After some time, the Terra King vortex inside Fei Mingyu's body began to rotate at full speed. Its suction force had reached its peak. Each rotation would absorb a large amount of spirit energy from the earth vein and fuse with it. The outline of the Terra King vortex became clearer and more substantial. Fei Mingyu was very excited as he felt the changes in his body. According to his original cultivation speed, it would have taken him at least 1 to 3 years to break through to the earth spirit realm. But now, he directly saved that time. Cultivation was a race against time, a race against time. The earlier one reached a higher realm. The greater one's future achievements would be. All of a sudden, all of his internal organs started to tremble, emitting a thunderous roar. His bones and tendons started to vibrate like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. His blood and chi started to flow like an ocean. His skin started to vibrate like the beating of a drum. Every part of his body started to change rapidly. Chunzong knew that after absorbing a large amount of spiritual power from the earth vein, his body was about to transform. Like a whale sucking in water, an astonishing suction force suddenly emerged from the depths of his body. In an instant, he was like a taotai sucking in water, directly absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth vein in his body. Rumble. Waves of mighty roars resounded inside Chunzong's body. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were exploding. mighty, and unparalleled. However, only he could hear this sound. It was very deafening. Chunzong could feel that his body had undergone a metamorphosis. His internal organs had become tougher, and his bones had become denser and heavier. His muscles had become tougher, and even his skin had become more tenacious. He could feel that his skin had also become taut. His internal organs had become tougher, and his bones had become denser and heavier. His tendons had become tougher, and his muscles had become tougher. Even his skin had become taut. With his keen senses, he could tell that his strength had not increased, but his physique had become even more tyrannical. It felt as if his body had been upgraded from wood to steel, allowing him to withstand even more powerful impacts. All right, now that the earth vein body has been formed, my strength has increased yet again. Next, I'll absorb more of the earth vein's spirit power and reach the superior pseudo-earth spirit realm, then break through to the earth spirit realm. Chunzong felt extremely motivated. Chapter 884. His body was like a bottomless pit as it absorbed the pure earth vein power crazily. It seemed like it would never be filled. Chunzong continued to absorb the pure spirit chi from the middle-grade spirit source as the majestic and pure earth vein power poured into his body. He quickly converted the spirit chi into earth vein power and infused it into every part of his body, promoting the Lingwu unification and getting closer to the high-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm. The difference between the high-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm and the mid-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm was much greater than the difference between the mid-grade and low-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm. The stronger the foundation of a martial artist, the more energy he would need to break through. However, the increase in strength after breaking through would be even more terrifying. The earth vein power in this earth vein spring seemed to be endless. No matter how much everyone absorbed, it couldn't be depleted. Once it was depleted, it would be quickly replenished in a short period of time. All right, Fei Mingyu was secretly delighted. After some time, the king earth vein spiral in his body would be completely condensed. By then, he would be able to completely step into the earth spirit realm, and his strength would increase tremendously. 15 minutes later, Chunzong felt his entire body tremble as a numbness spread through every part of his body. It was as if he had been struck by a strong electric current. His spiritual senses, energy, and earth vein spirit chi instantly merged into one. An indescribable feeling seemed to have struck his soul and engulfed his entire body. The tyrannical energy also penetrated every part of his body. In an instant, it was as if his soul had left his body. It was as if his body had melted and rushed into the ground. It felt like 1,000 years, but in fact, it was only an instant. The tyrannical earth vein spirit chi filled every part of his body. High-grade pseudo, earth spirit realm. Chunzong was secretly delighted, but he didn't stop. He planned to continue absorbing the earth vein power in one go, break through the shackles, condense the king earth vein spiral, and successfully break through to the earth spirit realm. As for the aftereffects of the sudden increase in strength, Chunzong didn't care much. The king-ranked Lingwu unification allowed him to control the sudden increase in strength in a short period of time, without leaving anything behind. After advancing to the high-grade pseudo-earth spirit realm, his speed of absorbing the earth vein power had more than doubled. Suddenly, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking the surroundings. An extremely terrifying power surged out, and everywhere it passed, even the earth vein energy was affected, causing it to ripple violently. Then, the power of the ley line that was constantly emerging from the spring also began to fluctuate rapidly. A tyrannical aura erupted from Fei Mingyu's body, soaring into the sky and spreading in all directions. This situation was out of Fei Mingyu's expectation. He didn't expect a terrifying aura to erupt from the earth vein king vortex the moment it completely condensed and swept out in all directions. The earth spring was most vulnerable to external impacts. Naturally, such a large earth spring could withstand even greater external impacts, but there was a limit to it. Fei Mingyu's eruption had reached the Earth Spirit Realm, and not just any ordinary Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. As the Earth Vein Spring was affected, the power gushing out from the mouth of the Earth Vein Spring decreased rapidly and finally disappeared. All of you died. Fei Mingyu was startled at first, but he quickly reacted. He knew that the Earth Spring was affected by his aura and was disappearing irrevocably. Since it was irrevocable, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. In an instant, the killing intent and fury that he had forcefully suppressed erupted like the magma of a 1,000-year-old volcano. It was extremely terrifying. He slashed out with his palm like a saber, producing a peerless saber light that was extremely domineering and forceful. It shattered the sky and slashed in all directions with extreme, killing intent, like a ring of stars tearing the sky apart. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was an Earth Spirit Realm expert's attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even though they had all absorbed a large amount of Earth Vein power and their strength had increased significantly, they were still no match for an Earth Spirit Realm expert. In an instant, they burst out with their fastest speed and quickly retreated. Immediately, 2 screams rang out. 2 of them were too slow to retreat and were hit by the attack. The protective spiritual energy on their bodies was torn apart in an instant, as fragile as thin paper. Their bodies were also cut in half and then destroyed by the terrifying power. Chunzong was the closest to the saber light, but Chunzong was the fastest. However, Chunzong didn't retreat. Instead, he slashed the air with his finger like a sword. The sword light flickered and tore the air apart. It collided with the violent saber light, causing an ear-piercing metallic clang to erupt. The saber light slashed, and the sword aura tore apart. Both sides collapsed and were inseparable. Your time has come. Fei Mingyu's killing intent and fury were all directed at Chunzong. The others were only caught in the crossfire. Shocking killing intent erupted like a volcano and rushed towards Chunzong like a terrifying hurricane. Those who were still alive had already fled. This was the result of Fei Mingyu not pursuing them. If he wanted to, they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. The saber was unsheathed. The saber light was incomparably dazzling like the sun in the sky, illuminating all directions and dispersing all shadows. The King Earth vein spiral in his body continued to revolve, emitting a shocking rumbling sound. Tyrannical Earth vein spirit chi also surged out, passing through his arms at an astonishing speed and pouring into the long saber. The true intent of the saber also converged on the saber in an instant. Slash! The saber tore the space apart with lightning and fire. A pitch-black saber mark emitted an incomparably frightening aura that seemed to devour everything around it. Even from a distance, the aura emitted by this blade caused everyone who had made great progress in their strength to be extremely shocked. It was too strong, extremely tyrannical. In front of this blade, their strength that had advanced by leaps and bounds seemed so insignificant, like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They could only stare in shock at the saber and at Chunzong, who was under the saber. This saber strike made Chunzong's eyes narrow and his expression turned solemn. Strong, very strong. It was many times more powerful than Fei Mingyu's previous attack. This saber strike was enough to kill him before he broke through to the false Earth Spirit Realm. It was unstoppable. This saber strike also exuded an incomparably powerful and heavy aura. Before the saber light arrived, the astonishing saber pressure had already torn a gully in the ground and spread towards Chunzong at an astonishing speed. The air was suppressed and repelled. Chunzong couldn't breathe in any air for a while. A feeling of suffocation swept through his body. Fortunately, after a cultivator broke through to the transcendent realm, their life would undergo a transformation and they would no longer be at the level of mortals. They wouldn't die even if they didn't breathe for several days and nights. Of course, people had to breathe since birth. If they didn't breathe, they wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, when they couldn't breathe, although their life wouldn't be affected and their strength wouldn't be affected, It was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable. Only those who had been in the transcendent realm for many years had experienced more. If they couldn't breathe, then they wouldn't breathe. Chunzong ignored this discomfort with his astonishing willpower and unsheathed the heavenly sword. With a swish, the sword light tore through the sky like a thunderbolt and shot towards Fei Mingyu. The saber slashed across the ground, leaving a terrifying saber mark several kilometers long and several meters deep. Chunzong's body was also split by this saber strike. When Chunzong swung his sword towards Fei Mingyu sneered with a face full of arrogance. He didn't even try to dodge, intending to use his protective spirit Qi to withstand this attack. After successfully condensing the Earth Vein King Spiral and reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, his protective spirit Qi had also turned into Earth Vein Spirit Qi, further increasing his defensive power. He was confident that he could resist any attack below the Earth Spirit Realm. Obviously, this person from the Extreme Heaven Association was very strong, but he hadn't reached the Earth Spirit Realm yet. There was still a gap between them. In the next breath, Fei Mingyu's expression suddenly changed. The power of this sword attack had unexpectedly torn apart the powerful Earth Vein Spirit force around his body. It was like a hot knife through butter as it charged at his body with a terrifying sharpness. The gap between the protective Earth Veins, spiritual energy, and the skin was only a finger thick. It was very close, but Fei Mingyu reacted in an instant and dodged with astonishing speed. Only the afterimage was torn apart by the sword light. I'm already in the Earth Spirit Realm, but he's still a threat to me. Fei Mingyu was incomparably shocked. His pupils constricted as an indescribable fear grew in his heart. Someone who hadn't even reached the Earth Spirit Realm, but had the ability to threaten those of the Earth Spirit Realm and didn't even rely on any treasures. This kind of person was simply too frightening and had never been seen or heard of before. Even in the ancient times when geniuses were everywhere, such a person had never been heard of. Extinction Dragon Slash. His murderous intent skyrocketed as the saber slashed through the air. It was as if a dragon's cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth grieved, and all living things fell silent. An indescribable grief suddenly surged in the hearts of the people in the distance. They seemed to have seen a soaring dragon suddenly being beheaded by a shocking saber light. Amidst the mournful cries, blood splattered all over the heavens and earth, like the tears of the heavens and earth. A strong sense of grief struck Chun Zong's mind. It filled his heart and circled around his heart. Chun Zong felt as if he had become that flood dragon, the one whose head had been cut off by the saber and was wailing mournfully. Chun Zong's willpower was so strong that he instantly broke free from this negative influence. However, the blade was extremely fast and powerful. It had already arrived in front of Chunzong. Heavenly Scar. There was no need to store energy. He grasped the hilts of his two swords and tore the sky apart with a violent tremor. The pitch-black sword mark extended into the distance. Kaka-kaka sounds continued to ring out. Those were the traces of fragments. The sword light and blade light collided and both shattered. The astonishing force tore the surrounding air apart. Countless scars were left on the ground like a spider web, covering a radius of several thousand meters. It was a chilling sight to behold. Soon after, the blade and sword collided directly, and the sharp sound that burst forth was like wild waves that shook the world. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Everything shattered under the extremely frightening, sharp sound. With the sword and blade as the epicenter, the area within a radius of 10 meters directly became a vacuum. Immediately after, the aura from all directions charged in, rapidly collapsing to form a frightening storm. Chapter 885. Slash. It was like a thunderous explosion that tore apart the collapsed air and storm, causing the heads of the people in the distance to sink. Their faces were deathly pale, and they were incomparably terrified. They hurriedly retreated even further. How terrifying! It was simply too terrifying. It was unimaginable that Guang Guang's roar had such astonishing power. An even more powerful force erupted from Chun Zong and Fei Mingyu, surging through their swords and sabers as they slammed into each other again. The saber and sword separated from each other under the impact of the astonishing power. Chun Zong's arm bent slightly and flicked out like a bamboo in the wind, slashing out again. Short distance, fast speed, and powerful strength made this strike extremely frightening. However, Fei Mingyu seemed to have been prepared for it. He flicked his saber and countered the sword from the side, erupting with astonishing power and causing the sword to deviate from its original position. The chilling light of the saber slashed straight at Chun Zong's face with chilling, killing intent. Chun Zong's hair stood on end from the cold, killing intent before the light even reached him. Fei Mingyu's counterattack was beyond Chun Zong's expectations, but Chun Zong didn't panic. He flicked his sword again and twisted his wrist at the same time, slashing at Fei Mingyu's neck. Although it looked like a move that would injure both sides, it actually contained all sorts of subsequent changes. Even though Fei Mingyu's cultivation had broken through to the Earth Spirit realm and his strength had skyrocketed, his mastery of the saber hadn't improved. Cultivation was cultivation, and martial Dao was martial Dao. The two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Fei Mingyu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds thanks to the Earth Spring. He'd even broken through to the Earth Spirit realm and become stronger, but his martial Dao hadn't improved. After all, he'd only broken through recently and hadn't had the time to settle down and improve his martial Dao realm. After a few exchanges, Chun Zong had grasped this point. In terms of cultivation, Chun Zong was inferior to Fei Mingyu. This was a fact. In terms of strength, Chun Zong was slightly weaker than Fei Mingyu, but it wasn't by much. He could resist in the beginning, but as time went on, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. However, Chun Zong was superior to Fei Mingyu in terms of the Dao of the sword and the saber. Chun Zong's mastery of the sword was superior to Fei Mingyu's mastery of the saber. Taking advantage of this, Chun Zong fought Fei Mingyu to a draw and even showed signs of suppressing him. Fei Mingyu was filled with resentment. Earlier, he had been suppressed by his opponent in such a manner and suffered heavy injuries. In the end, he had to rely on his life-saving trump card to escape. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he was still being suppressed. His anger exploded, and the incomparably tyrannical spiritual power of the earth vein exploded. The blade turned into a majestic blade light, like a mountain of blades pressing down, taking advantage of the momentum to retreat. Rumble. His body moved horizontally like a mountain, and his aura was boundless. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated hundreds of meters away. His long saber vibrated, and countless saber lights exploded. Numerous saber lights that were more than 10 meters long slashed through the air. Since he couldn't do anything to Fei Mingyu in close combat, then he wouldn't fight in close combat. Instead, he would use blade lights to attack, pushing the spiritual power of the earth vein to the extreme. Kill! Chun Zong's eyes glowed brightly. He waved his sword, and it turned into a sword light. It was majestic and unparalleled, like a line between the sky and the water. The sword light shattered, and so did the blade lights. Chun Zong rushed towards Fei Mingyu again, wanting to close in on him. Extinction Dragon Saber Aura. With a roar, the long blade slashed out hundreds of terrifying Extinction Dragon Saber auras. Although each of them wasn't as powerful as the Extinction Dragon Slash, they were still very tyrannical. Hundreds of densely packed Extinction Dragon Saber auras crisscrossed in the air like a large net, rapidly moving towards Chun Zong. With a swish, the sword split the sky, tearing apart the net of Extinction Dragon Saber auras. Chun Zong's figure rapidly rotated 9 times in a row. Spiral 9 revolutions. His speed reached the extreme as he shuttled through the opening, and the astonishing sword light filled Fei Mingyu's eyes. 8 wild saber slashes. Raising his chi, the spiritual power of the earth vein surged like a tide. The long blade slashed down 8 times in an instant, each of them shocking the heavens. Heaven's Scar. Chunzong's sword pierced through the air. Compared to Fei Mingyu, Chunzong had even fewer sword moves. The most commonly used one was Heaven's Scar. This was because his heart sword Dao was still in the process of being perfected. His other sword moves weren't as powerful as Heaven's Scar, so there was no need to cultivate them. The potential of Heaven's Scar had been unearthed by Chunzong time and time again, becoming more and more perfect and powerful. My current strength is enough to slay an ordinary first-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, Chunzong said to himself as he slashed out with his sword, cutting through the saber light as he charged towards Fei Mingyu. He used the least amount of energy to erupt with the most tyrannical power. Kill! The saber light slashed through the air and shattered along with the sword light. In an instant, a terrifying saber aura erupted. Heavenly Berserk Extinction Dragon Saber Formation. The saber was raised high, as if drawing upon the power of the heavens. Winds and clouds surged as if a dragon's roar exploded in the sky. Suddenly, waves of tyrannical power gushed out from the ground. It was the power of the earth veins that was being channeled by Fei Mingyu, quickly condensing in a saber light in the air. Saber light shocked the world. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was filled with countless saber lights. The power of the earth veins surged and fused with Fei Mingyu's power, condensing into rays of saber light that sparkled like dragons soaring through the sky. Berserk Extinction Dragon Formation. This was Fei Mingyu's trump card. Shizhan had barely been able to unleash its true power in the past. Only now was he able to unleash its true power. 99 extremely terrifying Extinction Dragon saber lights moved rapidly, filling a radius of 100 meters with Finding Prison as the center. In an instant, wind and clouds swept over, and Finding Prison seemed to have become the center of this underground world. Chunzong's pupils contracted as his hair stood on end. The sharpness of the saber lights made him feel as if he was being torn apart. Before he could react, the 99 saber lights that filled an area of 100 meters suddenly flashed and expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters, enveloping Chunzong within. Saber lights were everywhere. Each ray exuded an extremely shocking aura that resembled a wandering dragon. When they slid past him, it felt as if they were cutting through his body. Chunzong had to push his protective spirit energy to the extreme to resist the terrifying aura. Now that his cultivation had reached the high-rank false earth spirit realm, his earth vein spirit energy was many times stronger than before. Naturally, his protective spirit energy had also been strengthened many times over. Add to that the astonishing defensive power of his earth vein physique, and even though the blade light was extremely powerful, it wasn't able to harm Chunzong in the slightest with just its aura. Kill! Fei Mingyu's voice seemed to come from every saber light. His figure instantly appeared next to each ray and slashed at Chunzong. He wanted to cut Chunzong in two. Chunzong swung his sword to meet the attack and slashed at Fei Mingyu's figure, shattering it in an instant. However, that wasn't Fei Mingyu's true body. The 99 saber rays and 99 figures of the heavenly Berserk Extinction Dragon Saber Formation were capable of unleashing powerful attacks. Chunzong constantly dodged and met the saber rays while shattering Fei Mingyu's figures. However, after being shattered, Fei Mingyu's figures would reform again. As long as the attacks didn't hit Fei Mingyu's true body, it could continue to regenerate. This was the terrifying part of this formation. The Extinction Dragon Formation was also known as the Extinction Dragon Formation. Even a real flood dragon would be killed within it. Chunzong couldn't see where Fei Mingyu's true body was as the saber lights surrounded him. As the saber lights swam, Chunzong suddenly lost his sense of direction and couldn't tell north from south. Tens of thousands of meters away, the crowd stared with wide eyes in horror. Above the ground, there was a saber formation emitting an intense and dazzling light. It covered an area of 1 kilometer. 99 huge saber lights formed a sphere, and it was impossible to see what was inside. One could only feel an extremely shocking aura spreading in all directions. The aura emitted by the saber lights made everyone feel like they were going to die. It was as if their vitality was about to be extinguished. It was even more horrifying. The aura was already so shocking from tens of thousands of meters away. What would happen if they were inside? It was hard to imagine. Chunzong, who was inside the heavenly berserk extinction dragon saber formation, was under a lot of pressure. There were saber lights all around him. Although there were 99 of them, they would immediately condense again after being shattered. It was as if they were endless. The saber lights kept coming. Each of them was very powerful, surpassing the extinction dragon saber aura and approaching the extinction dragon slash. Chunzong could easily deal with 1 or 2 saber attacks, but the pressure on Chunzong increased as the number increased. The heavenly will sword trembled incessantly, and his arm went numb. Even his body gradually trembled under the repeated slashes. Chunzong was in great pain, and so was Fei Mingyu. Although he could display part of the Extinction Dragon formation's power with an early first-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivation, the burden was too great. Every breath consumed a great deal of energy. It couldn't be maintained for long. He had to kill this person as soon as possible. Chunzong's aura erupted in an instant. With the aid of the innate Qi secret art, a mouthful of origin energy released an astonishing power, increasing Chunzong's strength abruptly. With a swing of his sword, he shattered 3 saber lights. With another swing of his sword, he shattered 2 saber lights. With another swing, he shattered 4 saber lights. With the aid of the innate Qi secret art, not only did Chunzong's strength increase, but so did the speed of his sword. Slash, slash, slash. Chunzong swung his sword continuously, slashing hundreds of times in front of him. As for the saber lights coming from other directions, he only slightly defended himself and dodged them with his amazing speed and mysterious agility. The saber light reappeared and slashed at Chunzong. However, it was once again shattered by Chunzong's sword. With a sword in hand, Chunzong continued to charge forward. However, he was unable to break out of the saber matrix because the saber matrix was constantly changing. I can't break out of the formation. I have to find Fei Mingyu's true body to break it. Chunzong thought to himself and swung his sword again. Even with his current cultivation, the innate Qi secret art couldn't be maintained for more than 15 minutes. Otherwise, it would damage his foundation. Slash, slash, slash. Chapter 886. Slash, slash. The saber lights shattered under the powerful and sharp sword lights, turning into countless specks of light that flew away. However, they were pulled by the power of the saber array and quickly reformed into new saber lights. Fei Mingyu's figure also reformed and charged at Chunzong again. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chunzong's expression was cold as he had exhausted most of his strength. Fei Mingyu was horrified to see Chunzong charging back and forth. Fortunately, the saber formation was not only powerful, but also mysterious. It constantly changed and spun, making Chunzong's efforts futile. Slash, 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 slash. Chunzong, on the other hand, stopped attacking since he couldn't find Fei Mingyu's true body. Continuing to attack would only be a waste of time and energy until he ran out of energy or the duration of innate Qi was up. At that time, he would be at a great disadvantage. Slash. Chunzong had tried this method before, but had given up because it didn't work. Slash. 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 After all, there is a fundamental difference between the aura of the real body and the aura of the figure condensed from the saber array. It might be very subtle, but one could still feel it if one were to examine it carefully. A wisp of spiritual sense shuttled back and forth like a swimming dragon, trying its best to avoid the influence of the saber formation. Chunzong's consciousness also followed the wisp of spiritual sense, like a fish shuttling through countless submerged reefs. It was extremely dangerous. He felt as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Chunzong fully utilized the telepathic rhino's string-pulling technique. Under such a dangerous situation, he gained a new level of understanding and grasped it even more deeply. Suddenly, Chunzong's eyes flashed with cold electricity. Found it! His heavenly will sword shattered one of the saber lights and followed up with a slash. A ray of sword light turned into a sharp thread and pierced through the saber lights. It followed a hint of inspiration and went straight for Fei Mingyu. Fei Mingyu, who was presiding over the heavenly berserk extinction dragon saber formation, suddenly felt a sense of danger. However, he couldn't see where the danger came from. The telepathic rhino's string-pulling technique was extremely fast. It shuttled through the saber formation and slashed at Fei Mingyu's true body, instantly tearing apart his protective spiritual energy. However, Fei Mingyu managed to block it in time. The biggest effect of this slash was to let Chunzong sense the location of Fei Mingyu's true body. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, Chunzong's arms vibrated. The sword vibrated violently, repelling the surrounding air and tearing space apart. He swung the sword in a comfortable posture. The sharp blade tore the sky apart, and a pitch-black sword mark quickly spread out. All the saber lights in its path were cut apart with irresistible force. Following the pitch-black sword mark, Chunzong caught a glimpse of Fei Mingyu's true body. Slash! The power of Heaven's Scar, when fully activated, was extremely tyrannical. The telepathic rhino's string-pulling technique couldn't do anything to Fei Mingyu, but this slash caused Fei Mingyu's expression to change drastically. He held the saber with both hands and slashed down fiercely. A terrifying force spread out from the collision. The saber lights in the saber formation paused, as if they were frozen in midair. Chunzong's figure spun 9 times and raised his speed to the limit. He followed the sword mark and approached Fei Mingyu. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed again. Heavenly Scar. One slash followed by another. Each slash was a heavenly scar. Chunzong's power completely erupted. Without Fei Mingyu's control, the saber lights of the heavenly berserk extinction dragon saber formation stopped in midair and couldn't pose any threat to Chunzong. All of a sudden, the saber formation shook, and the saber lights collapsed, no longer condensing. The saber formation collapsed, and Fei Mingyu's power shook like a tide. A momentary flaw appeared. This flaw was very weak and disappeared in a flash, but Chunzong grasped it. Slash! Blood splattered, and pain swept through Fei Mingyu's body like a tide. His expression changed drastically. He was injured. He was actually injured again. How similar was it to the last time? Fury. Extreme fury drowned out Fei Mingyu's rationality. He'd broken through to the Earth spirit realm, yet he'd been injured by a false Earth spirit. This humiliation was even worse than the last time. The humiliation from last time was still there and could only be removed by killing Chunzong. Adding to this humiliation, he couldn't suppress it any longer. Fei Mingyu's remaining power erupted in an incomparably violent manner. His anger mixed with monstrous murderous intent soared into the sky. His eyes glowed red and blazed with red light. Blood explosion saber aura. With a roar, Fei Mingyu's blood and chi surged and erupted. It mixed with the earth veins' spirit force and gushed out of his body, forming a blood-red saber light that was incomparably condensed and frightening. Soon after, the long saber pierced through the air. Numerous blood-red astral sabers violently slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. The might of these blood-red astral sabers was much stronger than before. Chunzong felt an irresistible force coming at him as he took the attack head-on. His body involuntarily retreated. The powerful force passed through the sword and hit his body. It contained a strange force that attacked his chi and blood, wanting to destroy it. Although he didn't know what the saber aura was, he was certain it was a secret art that had a strong destructive effect on blood and chi. Understanding this, Chunzong pushed his movement technique to the extreme and didn't want to meet the attack head-on. The enraged Fei Mingyu unleashed his blood explosion saber slash, causing his strength to soar. Each slash was terrifying to the extreme, forcing Chunzong to dodge. However, the enraged Fei Mingyu also lost his cool. For experts, calmness was very important, even more important than the increase in strength. Losing one's composure meant losing control of one's body. No matter how strong one's power was, it would be useless if they couldn't hit the target, unless the power was so strong that it could cover all directions and destroy everything. Clearly, Fei Mingyu couldn't reach this step. Even so, Chunzong found it very difficult to dodge because each saber strike was not only powerful but also extremely fast. Chunzong had to continuously channel his spirit force to use the spiral 9 revolutions to maintain his fastest speed. The innate Qi secret arts duration is almost up. Chunzong couldn't help but feel anxious. If the innate Qi secret arts duration was up, his strength would inevitably be affected, and he would be at a disadvantage. Could it be that he had to take a gamble and see if Fei Mingyu could continue? He wasn't sure. This uncertainty made Chunzong unwilling to put his life on the line. It seems that I can only use my life-saving trump card once. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. He only hoped that the outcome wouldn't disappoint him. With this thought, Chunzong immediately dodged Fei Mingyu's saber strike and quickly closed in on him. Seeing that Chunzong was no longer dodging and was instead closing in on him, the furious Fei Mingyu's eyes blazed with a red light. This saber strike carried a terrifying saber aura that split the sky and slashed at Chunzong. Its power had increased by more than 30%. Slash. Without dodging or blocking, this saber strike directly slashed at Chunzong. Fei Mingyu was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic and excited. He believed that the power of this saber strike was enough to kill Chunzong. In the next moment, Fei Mingyu's expression froze. His saber strike had come into contact with an extremely hard and indestructible body that had completely resisted his saber strike. Chunzong's body was covered with a faint layer of grayish-white energy that completely blocked the saber aura. He wasn't affected in the slightest and immediately stabbed out with his sword. Fei Mingyu was startled, but his reaction was too slow. He only had time to lean back, and his shoulder was immediately pierced. Soon after, a sharp pain swept through his body, and his left arm was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Fei Mingyu finally came to his senses after his arm was cut off by Chunzong. He realized that something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. However, Chunzong was already prepared. The second sword slashed through the air and cut off Fei Mingyu's legs. The third slash cut through Fei Mingyu's head, causing blood to spurt into the sky. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness as his head rolled on the ground. The grayish-white light on Chunzong's body finally disappeared after killing Fei Mingyu. Taking advantage of the fact that the Kanei Chi's secret method's duration was still up, Chunzong's consciousness flashed and swept up Fei Mingyu's saber and mustard seed pouch before exploding into the distance in a streak of light. After all, he'd used up almost all of his strength in the battle with Fei Mingyu. Coupled with the fact that the Kanei Chi's secret method was about to end, he would be in a weakened state for a short period of time. It would be very disadvantageous for him if those tens of thousands of meters away were to harbor ill intentions. Those tens of thousands of meters away were all dumbfounded. Dead. A practitioner who'd broken through to the Earth Spirit realm had actually been killed. He'd originally held the upper hand, slashing out with blade after blade, seeming to want to kill the other. But the tables had turned in an instant, and he'd been killed by the other in 3 moves. This was completely unexpected and hard to believe. Chapter 887. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it traveled 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the meteor stopped in midair and fell rapidly. With such momentum, it was expected to hit the ground and cause a great earthquake. But just as it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly paused, as if it had lost all its weight in an instant. It became as light as a feather, slowly drifting down. As soon as he landed, Chunzong almost fell to the ground, but he held on with his tenacious will. His face was pale, and his forehead was slightly sweaty. The battle just now, and his escape at full speed had consumed all of his strength. The aftereffects of the Xiantian Qi secret technique had also erupted. A sense of weakness emerged from the deepest part of his body and swept over him like a tide. Being able to stand was enough to show how tenacious Chunzong's will was. Chunzong quickly took out a pill to recover his strength and alleviate the weakness caused by the Xiantian Qi secret technique. He also didn't forget to be vigilant of his surroundings. After a while, his strength recovered a little, and his weakness was not as strong as before. Chunzong took out Fei Mingyu's mustard seed bag and opened it to check. He couldn't help but reveal a touch of joy. There was no need to mention the low-grade and mid-grade spirit sources. There are also some high-grade spirit sources, as well as some medicinal pills and spirit artifacts. Their value was not bad, but the earth vein stones were the source of the surprise. There were 5 in total. Up until now, Chunzong had only found 2 earth vein stones, but there were 5 in Fei Mingyu's mustard seed bag. It could be considered a bountiful harvest. Chunzong found another inheritance stone and carefully examined it. He found that it was a secret technique called Blood Explosion Astral Blade. Secret technique. Chunzong thought of the blood-red blade that Fei Mingyu had used at the end. Perhaps it was this technique. He was tempted, but now wasn't the right time. Finally, there was Fei Mingyu's saber, a mid-grade spirit tool. This person is extremely talented and powerful. Killing him can be considered as eliminating a future strong enemy for the Extreme Heaven Association. Chunzong thought and put everything into his void ring. Chunzong only continued to move forward after he had fully recovered his strength. The underground world was dark and gloomy. For cultivators below the transcendent realm, it was undoubtedly a dead zone, but for transcendence, it was a land of opportunity. Not long after, Chunzong found another earth vein stone. Excluding the earth vein stone essence, there were 7 ordinary earth vein stones. After recovering his strength, Chunzong raised his speed to the maximum and flew forward quickly. When he saw the earth vein spring, he was delighted. However, just as he approached, the earth vein spring suddenly disappeared and a figure appeared. It turned out that it had been discovered and absorbed by someone else. Chunzong took a closer look and found that the other party was one of the 9 members of the Skyscraper Association. Without any hesitation, he drew his sword and pierced through the sky, traveling thousands of meters and piercing through the other party's forehead. This member of the Skyscraper Association had been absorbing the earth vein force from the earth vein spring to reach the mid-rank false earth spirit realm, but he was killed instantly. After killing him, Chunzong also took the other party's mustard seed bag, leaving only 1 earth vein stone. If he encountered someone who was not a member of the Skyscraper Association, as long as they were tactful and did not take the initiative to attack him, Chunzong would most likely not attack him. Time flew by, and Chunzong continued his search. He found a few more earth vein stones, but he also encountered a few dangers. They were all strange and powerful underground creatures, similar to the dart-throwing golden worms from before. However, Chunzong's strength was no longer the same as before. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong's ears trembled as he heard a familiar voice. He was immediately overjoyed and turned into a stream of light, flying away at an astonishing speed. The earth vein spring was right in front of him. Just like Chunzong, 2 other people also noticed the earth vein spring. When they saw the other party and Chunzong, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. "This earth vein spring is mine." The disciple of the blood sword family grinned. His tone was cold, and traces of killing intent filled the air. "Scram!" The disciple of the sky pole sword sect angrily rebuked. Chunzong did not say anything, but directly attacked. Using his finger as a sword, Sword Chi pierced through the air and slashed towards the 2. His precise control of power made it so that not even the slightest bit of power leaked out from his finger. However, it made the two's expressions change greatly, and their hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated at full speed, avoiding Chunzong's finger. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Outsiders watched the show, while insiders watched the skill. The disciples of the Bloodsword family and Sky Pole Sword sect were both sword cultivators and had extraordinary attainments in the path of the sword. Chunzong's finger seemed simple, but it contained an indescribable profoundness. Its power was even more astonishing, and they were unable to resist it. This meant that this person's strength was above theirs. Realizing the difference in strength, the disciple of the Sky Pole Sword sect was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only retreat. The disciple of the Bloodsword family was also very unwilling. As he retreated, his eyes moved away from Chunzong and landed on the Earth Vein Spring. If I can't get it, then don't even think about it, the disciple of the Bloodsword family secretly said. He unsheathed his sword, and a blood-colored sword ray pierced through the air. One ray shot towards Chunzong, while the other shot towards the Earth Vein Spring. Since he couldn't get the Earth Vein Spring, then he would destroy it so that others couldn't get it either. Courting death. The disciple of the Bloodsword family's actions immediately enraged Chunzong. Originally, Chunzong only planned to scare the two of them away. He didn't expect that one would leave while the other would be so tactless. Since that was the case, then he would just kill them. With a furious roar, killing intent appeared. He unsheathed his sword and shattered the blood-colored sword ray piercing towards the Earth Vein Spring. Moreover, he spread out a net and enveloped it, completely annihilating it without affecting the Earth Vein Spring in the slightest. As for the blood-colored sword ray piercing towards him, Chunzong lightly tapped it with his left hand and instantly shattered it, dissipating it into nothingness. Following that, the Heavenly Will sword trembled. The tip of the sword slanted in the air, and a palm-sized crescent sword ray pierced through the air. The disciple of the Bloodsword family didn't have time to react before he was struck and beheaded. A trace of complacency remained in the depths of his eyes from destroying the Earth Vein Spring. After killing his opponent with a single sword strike, Chunzong swept out with his spiritual sense and took away the mustard seed pouch. He glanced at the disciple of the Sky Pole Sword sect who was already far away. He didn't have any intention of chasing after him and directly escaped into the Earth Vein Spring. This Earth Vein Spring naturally couldn't be compared to the huge one from before. At most, it was comparable to the Earth Vein Spring that he first found. Better than nothing. Chunzong entered and sat cross-legged on the Earth Vein Spring, beginning to absorb the energy of the Earth Vein Spring. Being at the upper false earthly spirit realm allowed Chunzong to absorb the energy of the Earth Vein Spring much faster than before. While absorbing, Chunzong also paid attention to the movements of the outside world. Everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters was within his perception. As long as there was the slightest change, he would be able to immediately capture it and react accordingly. It didn't take long for Chunzong to absorb all of the Earth Vein energy in the Earth Vein Spring. What a pity! Chunzong carefully sensed the energy and couldn't help but sigh. His cultivation level was still at the upper false earthly spirit realm. After all, his accumulation was simply too great. Even the Skyscraper Society's earthly spirit realm expert that he'd killed before couldn't compare to him. Therefore, although the Earth Vein Spring contained a lot of energy, it wasn't much to him. It wasn't enough for him to break through to the earthly spirit realm. Chunzong had already comprehended the mysteries of the earthly spirit realm with the aid of the Earth Vein Spring after Earth Vein Spring. Now, he only lacked enough Earth Vein Spring energy to break through. I'll need at least 5 more Earth Vein Springs of this level, Chunzong said to himself after making some calculations. It was hard to say if he could find 5 more Earth Vein Springs to absorb here, but he'd do his best. Of course, it would be best if he could break through to the earthly spirit realm here, but it was also acceptable if he couldn't. After all, his cultivation level and strength had continuously increased after entering the Earth Vein Tide. If he'd only been able to barely survive an ordinary first-level earthly spirit realm cultivator before entering, he now had the strength to kill an ordinary first-level earthly spirit realm cultivator. It wasn't impossible for him to kill an ordinary late first-level earthly spirit realm cultivator. To be able to make such a huge increase in strength in such a short period of time without leaving behind any side effects or affecting his future cultivation in the slightest, it was truly amazing. Even if he couldn't break through to the earthly spirit realm here, Chunzong was confident that he could break through to the true earthly spirit realm in a short period of time after leaving this place with the help of the earth vein stone essence. At that time, his strength would increase explosively. It had to be said that Chunzong's luck was really good. He found another earth vein stone, and not far from where he found the earth vein stone, he also found an earth vein spring, which was about the same size as the previous one. No one fought for this earth vein spring, and even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to compete with Chunzong. It didn't take long for Chunzong to absorb all of the earth vein spring's energy. He could feel his own earth vein spirit chi increasing and accumulating, but there were still no signs of a breakthrough. He guessed that it was because there wasn't enough earth vein spirit chi. Chunzong wasn't in a hurry as he calmly continued to search for new earth vein springs. After the earth vein spring's energy was completely absorbed, a tyrannical aura shot up into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. A figure shot up into the sky, reaching a height of several hundred meters. He paused for a moment and wantonly emitted a shocking aura. Ghostblade, have finally broken through. His wild laughter resounded throughout the heavens and earth as his eyes shot out an incomparably shocking light that pierced through the sky and reached several thousand meters away. So this is the earthly spirit realm. What great strength! As he laughed wildly, his figure fell from several hundred meters in the air like a falling meteor. He didn't bother to hide the shocking power and ripples that he released. With a boom, it hit the ground. As the earth trembled, cracks as thick as a person's thigh split open like lightning. Waves of earth surged in all directions. When the dust settled, the ground collapsed with the figure at the center. Countless cracks spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Now that I've reached the earthly spirit realm, I can sense further and find more earth vein springs. The person smiled faintly. I can also kill others and plunder their resources. Chapter 888. A figure flew close to the ground at an astonishing speed. Then, an extremely sharp roar rang out, as if it had swept over from afar. It was deafening. Wherever it passed, the hard ground seemed to have been cut open by a giant blade, leaving behind a long and terrifying gully. Like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Everything in its path was smashed into pieces. Coincidentally, a silhouette appeared on the path. Sensing the terrifying aura fluctuations, the expression of the dragon sword aristocrat family drastically changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately erupted with his full speed and shifted to the side, intending to dodge. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to dodge the majority of the attacks, and only his arm was brushed past. Immediately after, his body trembled violently as the terrifying power bombarded him, causing his left arm to explode into a bloody pulp. The shocking aftershock bombarded his entire body, causing cracks to appear all over his body. Large amounts of blood continuously gushed out from his body. His face was pale and incomparably panicked. He continuously took out pills to heal his injuries, but it was to no avail. His injuries were too severe. That was the power of an Earth Spirit Realm attack, and he was only at the false Earth Spirit Realm. The difference was too great. I can't accept this. In the end, the disciple of the Longjian family could only die with a strong sense of unwillingness. Another earth vein spring disappeared. The earth vein energy contained within had been completely absorbed by Chunzong, leaving not a single drop behind. However, there were still no signs of him breaking through to the earth spirit realm. I've already absorbed 3 springs. Shenzong frowned slightly. He could feel that the energy in his body was increasing, but he still couldn't break through. There was only one reason for this. The energy he had accumulated was still not enough. His foundation was simply too sturdy, so sturdy that it was astonishing. The stronger the foundation, the more energy he would need to break through. Let's continue searching, Shenzong thought to himself. Suddenly, Shenzong's expression changed slightly. His eyes focused as he looked forward with a trace of light. A powerful aura was approaching at an astonishing speed. The speed was so fast that it surprised Shenzong. This kind of speed is obviously not something that could be achieved by someone of the extreme mortal realm. Combined with the fluctuations of this aura, he's undoubtedly at the earth spirit realm. Shenzong couldn't help but think to himself. Everyone who had entered the earth tide was either at the extreme mortal stage or the false earth spirit stage. Not a single one of them was at the true earth spirit stage. However, if they were lucky enough to enter the earth spirit stage, they would be able to break through to the true earth spirit stage, just like the person he had killed earlier. Who would have thought that he'd run into another earth spirit realm? If it had been anyone else, their expression would have changed greatly, and they would have hurriedly exploded forth with full speed, running as far away as they could to prevent the earth spirit realm cultivator from encountering them. However, Shenzong didn't. Instead, he looked calm. Although the aura emanating from this earth spirit realm cultivator was strong, it still couldn't compare to the one he'd killed before. There was a difference, so what was there to fear? Gui Dao also saw the person in front of him. His sharp eyesight allowed him to see that person clearly. Someone from the Extreme Sky Association. A thought flashed through his mind as a shocking, killing intent burst forth from his heart. Gui Dao was a member of the Skyscraper Association and was one of the geniuses that the Skyscraper Association had focused on nurturing. The Skyscraper Association and the Extreme Sky Association were like fire and water. Now that he saw the other party, he didn't care about the reason or anything else and would just kill him directly. Thinking of this, his speed increased by a few notches as he charged forward at an even more shocking speed. He straightened his palm like a blade, and a pitch-black light spread out from his palm. It quickly condensed to the edge of his palm and emitted a shocking aura. You're lucky to be able to die under the strength of an earth spirit realm cultivator, Gui Dao said to himself. He straightened his palm like a blade and slashed forward. The pitch-black blade light carried an extremely chilling killing intent as it pierced through the air towards Shenzong. Shenzong's body tensed up as a chill swept through his entire body. His eyes were also filled with the pitch-black blade light. This was a strange blade strike. It had a fleeting and unpredictable nature, and its power was astonishing. Shenzong didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed forward. The sword light was like a blooming star that pierced through the sky and pierced towards the pitch-black blade light with astonishing sharpness. The sword was unstoppable and unstoppable. The moment it collided with the pitch-black blade light, the extremely condensed energy instantly pierced through it and carried a terrifying killing intent as it pierced towards Gui Dao. Gui Dao's expression changed as he found it hard to believe. He was an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator, but the opponent's aura wasn't even at the Earth Spirit Realm. How could this be? He didn't have much time to think as he pulled out the long blade on his back. The pitch-black blade was covered with ghost face patterns. As the blade tore through the air, it let out a sharp howl that sounded like the weeping of ghosts. The blade slashed through the air as the ferocious ghost face filled the air. It let out an extremely sharp howl towards Shenzong that was like a demon's voice that pierced through one's brain. Shenzong only felt the terrifying sound wave ruthlessly pierce into his mind like a blade. It crazily twisted and tried to shatter his consciousness. However, Shenzong's consciousness had been tempered thousands of times and had long since surpassed the extreme mortal realm. It wouldn't lose out to an ordinary earth spirit realm cultivator and was unshakable. Holding the sword with both hands, the illusory sword energy pierced through and caused the body of the heavenly wolf sword to tremble. A dense, buzzing sound filled the heavens and earth as it counteracted the extremely sharp howl of the ghost face. Heavenly Scar. The sword slashed out, and the incomparably sharp edge of the blade tore through the air. It turned into a pitch-black sword scar that seemed to extend endlessly. Although he hadn't broken through to the Earth Spirit realm after absorbing the power of the 3 Earth vein springs, the constant accumulation of power within his body allowed Chunzong's strength to take another step forward. The power of this strike was even stronger than before. Even if Fei Mingyu had been reborn, he would still have to deal with it with all his strength. Not to mention that Gui Dao's strength was clearly inferior to Fei Mingyu's. Exerting all his strength, Gui Dao grasped the blade with both hands. Black light filled the air, and a ghostly aura filled the air. All of the earth veins spirit energy in his body erupted and poured into the blade. Every ghost face on the blade seemed to come alive as they let out terrifying screams. Hellless Ghost Blade. Ultimate move. Gui Dao roared as the pitch-black blade light tore through the air. With a crack, the pitch-black blade light paused for a moment before it crumbled inch by inch under Heavenly Scar. Although Chunzong hadn't reached the Earth Spirit realm in terms of cultivation, the illusory sword energy wasn't inferior to the opponent's Earth vein spirit energy in terms of strength. In fact, it was even stronger. Heavenly Scar had been perfected by Chunzong time and time again, and its power had increased even further. Although Gui Dao's ultimate move was strong, it still wasn't enough. The blade light shattered, and Heavenly Scar's sword light reflected Gui Dao's horrified face. His high spirits from breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm had been shattered in an instant. Gui Dao also realized the gap between him and his opponent. This level of strength was too terrifying. Even Fei Mingyu, the #1 extreme mortal realm expert in the Skyscraper Society, wasn't his opponent. Run! The thought immediately grew like wild grass and filled his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Gui Dao's body immediately flashed. Layers of ghostly shadows appeared as his real body dodged Tian Huan's sword. Using a shocking speed, he swiftly fled into the distance. Those layers of ghostly shadows were completely shattered by Tian Huan's sword. Following that, Chunzong swung his sword again. This strike seemed ordinary, but there was an indescribable spirit hidden within it. It followed a trace of mysterious guidance and naturally streaked across the sky, heading straight for Gui Dao. Gui Dao's protective spiritual energy was instantly torn apart by the unavoidable telepathic pull. Even his earthline physique couldn't withstand the sharpness of this strike. The earthline physique of the Earth Spirit realm was actually divided into strong and weak ones. If there was a cultivator who refined their physique, their earthline physique would be even stronger after the transformation. Gui Dao wasn't proficient in refining his physique, so there was an obvious gap between his physique and Fei Mingyu's. The sword slashed through Gui Dao's body, leaving behind a deep sword wound. It was so deep that bones could be seen and blood flowed out. Gui Dao was terrified. Although this strike didn't take his life, it had completely shattered the last trace of hope in his heart. Run, run, run. Without any hesitation or reluctance, Gui Dao slapped his dantian. The tyrannical vibration caused an even more terrifying force to burst forth from his dantian. The force enveloped his entire body, forming a protective barrier that firmly protected Gui Dao. Chunzong's third strike also arrived, slashing at the barrier. However, the barrier only trembled slightly and didn't break. After blocking Chunzong's strike, Gui Dao quickly fled while taking pills to heal his wounds. The fourth strike, the fifth strike, strike after strike landed on Gui Dao's body, but they were all blocked by the protective barrier. It was difficult to break through, let alone hit Gui Dao. Don't even think about escaping, Chunzong said inwardly. He immediately moved, activating the profound heart transformation to the extreme. He quickly chased after Gui Dao while swinging his sword continuously. It was reasonable for the other party to have a protective treasure on him. However, Protective treasures either had a time limit, and their power would disappear when the time limit was up, or they had a limit. As long as one kept attacking, they would be able to break through it. Gui Dao was a member of the Skyscraper Association. His talent wasn't weak, and he had reached the earthly spirit realm. His strength was stronger than ordinary earthly spirit realm experts. If he could leave this place alive, he might bring great losses to the Empyrean Association in the future. Gui Dao was a member of the Empyrean Association, but he had already received a lot of benefits without making any contributions. This was a favor that he had to repay sooner or later. Now, killing a member of the Skyscraper Association not only reduced his own enemies, but also the Empyrean Association's enemies. In a way, it was a contribution to the Empyrean Association. Gui Dao kept fleeing while Chun Zong chased after him. Gui Dao was shocked to find that his opponent's speed wasn't inferior to his own. Who the hell is this guy? He's not even at the earthly spirit realm, but he's already so terrifying. Run, I must escape. After leaving this place, I must immediately inform Sir Maniac and have him kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a formidable enemy of the Skyscraper Association in the future, a hidden danger. Chun Zong did not give up. He was like a shadow. His heavenly sword kept swinging out. Strike after strike landed on Ghost Knife's defensive power, causing it to tremble. Layers of ripples kept spreading out. Chapter 889. Chun Zong's face was calm. Deep in his eyes, there was a sharp light as sharp as the tip of a sword. He stared at Ghost Blade's back. Through the protective treasure's power, Ghost Blade felt like there was a blade on his back. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was an invisible sword pressing against his back. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 3 more sword lights pierced through the air. When they passed through the air rippled like water, like the undercurrents of the deep sea. The 3 sword lights all slashed at Ghost Blade's protective power, but they still could not break it. Instead, they all shattered. Chun Zong did not stop there. He attacked again. His tyrannical power was like the water of a great river, rushing endlessly into the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword glowed with a golden light, turning into streaks of sword chi. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Chun Zong also kept approaching his opponent. When he was close enough, Chun Zong used Heaven Scar. Heaven Scar was very powerful. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of power and burden the user. However, as Chun Zong's cultivation improved, his body became stronger, and he perfected Heaven Scar. This move could no longer burden Chun Zong. Even if he used it more than 10 times in a row, it would not be a problem. Stop now, or the Skyscraper Association will not let you go, Ghost Blade threatened. Chun Zong ignored him and continued to attack. There was a loud crack, but it was like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. Gui Dao's face turned deathly pale, and he was extremely shocked. This sound was the sound of his protective treasure's power being broken. Under Chun Zong's thousands of attacks, the protective treasure's power was finally exhausted. I'll fight you to the death. Ghost Blade no longer tried to escape. His pale face was filled with ferocity and ruthlessness. He instantly turned around and attacked Chun Zong. Determined to fight to the death, Ghost Saber's every slash was more powerful than before. Ghostly chi and ghostly shadows filled the air as he crazily slashed at Chun Zong, trying to extinguish Chun Zong's exuberant vitality. Chun Zong's expression was cold and solemn. He swung his sword to meet the attack. Following the flaw in Ghost Blade's bladesmanship, he attacked and injured Ghost Blade. However, the desperate Gui Dao ignored the injuries on his body and attacked wildly. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. With the determination to die, Gui Dao attacked crazily. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Gui Dao's eyes flashed with a trace of desperation. The tyrannical earth vein spirit energy in his body immediately collapsed inwards. Chun Zong felt a chill in his heart, and a strong sense of danger suddenly emerged from his heart. His face was cold, and his eyes were sharp like sword light. He swung his sword, chasing after Ghost Blade's Dan Tian Chi Si. It pierced through like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, Ghost Blade's Dan Tian Chi Si was punctured like a balloon. The power that was constantly gathering also quickly leaked out. Despair filled his ferocious face. Originally, Ghost Blade had planned to self-explode and drag Chun Zong down with him, even if he died. However, he did not expect that Chun Zong would see through his plan and break his Dantian Chi Si, so the self-explosion failed. Another sword light flashed. This time, the sword cut off Ghost Blade's head. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he took away Ghost Blade's mustard seed bag and the ghastly broadsword. That was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, so it was also quite valuable. After landing, Chun Zong suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation coming from not far away. He was immediately delighted. This fluctuation was clearly the fluctuation of the earth vein spring, and it was the earth vein spring that had just appeared. Good luck, Chun Zong muttered to himself. He quickly flew toward the earth vein spring that had just appeared. This earth vein spring was larger than the previous three, almost twice as large. In other words, this earth vein spring was equivalent to 2 of the previous earth vein springs. According to my estimation, this earth vein spring should be enough for me to make a breakthrough, Chun Zong said to himself. However, an estimation was just an estimation. Whether he could really make a breakthrough was still unknown. Stepping into the earth vein spring, Chun Zong sat cross-legged at the mouth of the earth vein spring. Keeping a trace of his mind to pay attention to the outside world, Chun Zong began to absorb the earth vein power in this earth vein spring. Absorb, absorb, absorb. As he continued to absorb, the earth vein spiritual power accumulated in his body became more and more vigorous. The vigorous earth vein spiritual power quickly flowed in the 108 apertures, like the water of a great river, endlessly surging, making a thunderous sound. The earth veins spiritual energy flowed faster and faster until it reached the limit. It felt like it was going to rush out of his body. Chun Zong tried his best to control it so that the earth veins spiritual energy could maintain this shocking speed. Cracks began to appear on his acupuncture points under the impact of the earth veins spiritual energy. Apertures were extremely important to extreme mortal realm practitioners. Cracks appearing in apertures meant that they were damaged. Damaged apertures meant that they could no longer store energy, causing the extreme mortal realm practitioner's spirit power to lose its path of circulation. At that time, even if one had unparalleled spirit power, they wouldn't be able to freely use it, and their training would be useless. In addition, apertures represented the body's potential. Opening an aperture meant that some of the body's potential would be stimulated. One would be able to see further, hear more clearly, possess greater strength and speed. If an aperture was damaged, these abilities would also disappear. However, there was one situation where an aperture being damaged wouldn't affect one's body, and that was breaking through to the earth spirit realm. Breaking through to the earth spirit realm required the formation of the earth vein whirlpool. Before the formation of the earth vein whirlpool, the apertures in the body would be destroyed first, causing the earth vein spiritual power to break free from the restraints of the apertures. At the same time, the power activated by the apertures would be preserved and integrated into the earth vein whirlpool. Chun Zong had opened a total of 108 apertures. In order to destroy these apertures, he would need even more earth vein spiritual power. After one great cycle after another, after a total of 108 great cycles, the apertures started to shatter one by one. Chun Zong deeply experienced the pain of an aperture shattering. With all 108 apertures shattered, the pain was many times more intense, causing Chun Zong's body to tremble uncontrollably, but he had to endure it. After the apertures were shattered, a vast amount of earth vein spiritual power immediately spread out and started to rotate at an astonishing speed. Under Chun Zong's conscious control, it started to compress inwards. Close in condense. The blurry outline of a whirlpool began to appear. This was the outline of the earth vein whirlpool, and the one Chunzong had formed was of the highest quality, the King Earth Vein Whirlpool. The King Earth Vein Whirlpool here was even stronger than the one formed by Fei Mingyu. Because Chunzong had opened all 108 apertures in his body, his potential was even more astounding. Similarly, the amount of Earth Vein spirit power needed to form such a King Earth Vein Whirlpool was even greater. When the outline of the King Earth Vein Whirlpool gradually appeared, Chunzong's expression changed slightly. He'd absorbed all of the Earth Vein Spring's power from the outside world. Chunzong couldn't help but smile wryly. This was very different from what he'd guessed. According to the current situation, he'd have to look at the Earth Vein Spring a few more times before he could completely condense the King Earth Vein Whirlpool and truly step into the Earth Spirit Realm. Chunzong had no choice but to accept his fate. He didn't force it, nor did he feel depressed about it. He stood up. Although he hadn't completely condensed the King Earth Vein Whirlpool, he'd successfully formed its outline. This meant that he was one step into the Earth Spirit Realm. His strength had also increased significantly compared to before. I should be able to kill that person now, Chunzong thought to himself as Fei Mingyu's figure flashed through his mind. He'd used up a firmament feather shield to kill his opponent. Now, he could kill him with his strength alone. Although the firmament feather shield was precious, it was ultimately used to protect his life. It could protect his life, allow him to kill powerful enemies, and obtain opportunities again and again. With a thought, a strand of Earth Vein spirit power swam out of the King Earth Vein Whirlpool and settled at his fingertip. Chunzong sensed it carefully and could feel the astounding power contained within. Right now, the King Earth Vein Whirlpool has only condensed its outline. It's not stable yet. It's best to avoid a fierce battle if possible. Chunzong thought to himself, if the battle was too intense, it might cause the King Vein's vortex, which had not yet fully solidified, to disintegrate. The best way was to find more Earth Spring and absorb more Earth Vein spirit power to fully condense the King Earth Vein Whirlpool. At that time, the King Earth Vein Whirlpool would stabilize and there wouldn't be any danger of it collapsing. But at this point, I should be able to absorb Earth Vein spirit power from the Earth Vein Stone. Chunzong took out an Earth Vein Stone and attempted to absorb the Earth Vein energy within it. Sure enough, the Earth Vein energy within the Earth Vein Stone was immediately drawn in, and strands of Earth Vein energy seeped out from the Earth Vein Stone and into Chunzong's palm. It could be absorbed, but the efficiency is a bit too slow. After absorbing the Earth Vein spirit power from the Earth Spring many times, Chunzong felt that the absorption speed was not satisfying enough. He simply put away the Earth Vein Stone and took out the only Earth Vein Stone essence he had. The Earth Vein Stone essence was the condensation of the essence of the Earth Vein Stone. The Earth Vein spirit contained in it was not only 10 times more vigorous and pure, but also more active and easier to absorb. He tried to absorb it, and sure enough, the effect was several times better than absorbing the Earth Vein Stone. Before I find a new Earth Vein Spring, I'll use it to cultivate, Chunzong thought to himself. He directly placed the Earth Vein Stone essence and the mid-grade spiritual source on his chest. This way, they could directly touch his skin and make it easier for him to absorb. It also freed up his hands and prevented them from affecting his movements. Strands of pure spirit chi and Earth Vein spirit power continuously flowed into his body and were then absorbed by the slowly rotating Earth Vein King Spin. The Earth Vein King Spin was like a wheel, and its refining speed was much faster than before. Almost as soon as the Earth Vein spirit chi and spirit chi entered his body, they were absorbed and became a part of the Earth Vein King Spin. This caused the Earth Vein King Spin to gradually become clearer and more solid at an indiscernible speed. This speed was much faster than the Earth Vein Stone, but still not as fast as the Earth Vein Spring. After all, the Earth Vein spirit power that emerged from the Earth Vein Spring was the most active and easiest to absorb. While feeling the rotation of the Earth Vein King Spin, Chunzong's mouth curved into a smile. He then checked his pure yang blood chi. With the improvement of his physique, his body refining cultivation had also improved. He was now at the limit of the extreme mortal realm, the limit of the pseudo-earthly spirit realm, and was breaking through to the earthly spirit realm. Chapter 890. I wonder what will happen after the pure yang blood, qi, completely turns golden. Shenzong muttered to himself with a hint of expectation. Of course, it was also possible that nothing would happen. But in any case, the faint golden pure yang blood qi gave Shenzong a stronger feeling. It was more than twice as powerful as before, and the benefit it brought was that his body had become stronger, allowing him to resist more powerful attacks. Putting down his inner expectations, Shenzong exhaled a breath of sword qi, which pierced through a rock hundreds of meters away, leaving his sword whole. Although the king's spin of the earth vein had only formed a vague outline, Shenzong's perception had improved by another level. He was now able to sense the power of the earth veins from a greater distance away, making it easier for him to find the earth vein spring and earth vein stones. Shenzong, I found this earth vein spring first. Go away. Fong Zai, one of the members of the Extreme Heaven Association, stared at Shenzong with a hint of dread in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It should be said that you and I found this earth vein spring at the same time." Shenzong smiled, not showing the slightest modesty. This was an opportunity, and if the other party had found it first, Shenzong might have modestly given that they were both members of the Extreme Heaven Association. But at the same time, he realized that they were not friends, so there was no reason for him to be modest. The path of cultivation was a path of adversity to begin with. One had to grasp every opportunity in order to continue moving forward. From a certain point of view, giving up a fortuitous encounter was equivalent to delaying one's own progress, unless that fortuitous encounter was dispensable to one. The earth vein spring in front of him might not be able to completely condense his earth vein king spin, but it was still an opportunity that could not be missed. So, you don't want to give me face? Fong Zai's expression became unpleasant, and his voice became cold. Since we are both members of the Extreme Heaven Association, you can leave, Shenzong said without any trace of politeness. I gave you face, but you didn't take it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Fong Zai was furious. His eyes were like cold lightning as he glared at Shenzong. His aura was as sharp as a blade, carrying a shocking chill. In the next moment, Fong Zai's expression abruptly changed, and he was extremely shocked. He only felt an extremely terrifying and tyrannical aura that was like an abyss surging out from Shenzong's body and bombarding his body. Under the impact of this extremely terrifying aura, Fong Zai felt as if he had become duckweed in the water, or a small boat in a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any time. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In the blink of an eye, Fong Zai had retreated several thousand meters away, fleeing in panic. After watching Fong Zai disappear into the distance, Shenzong withdrew his gaze and leapt into the earth spring to begin absorbing. Shenzong didn't intend to make things difficult for Fong Zai, because they were both members of the Polar Sky Association. If Fong Zai didn't know what was good for him and attacked, the consequences wouldn't be so simple. Fortunately, Fong Zai realized that he wasn't Shenzong's opponent and didn't take the risk. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Shenzong wanted to contribute to the Polar Sky Association, but that didn't mean that he couldn't kill its members. Of course, he wouldn't kill them for no reason, nor would he take the initiative to do so. The Earth Vein King's spiral spun rapidly, and the Earth Vein energy contained in the Earth Spring was rapidly absorbed by Shenzong. Before long, the Earth Vein King's spiral had been emptied. Shenzong looked inside himself and found that the Earth Vein King's spiral had become more solid and clear, but there was still a big gap before it could fully condense. Sure enough, with a solid foundation, it was difficult to make a breakthrough. Smiling inwardly, Shenzong once again took action. Earth Vein King Spiral. He needed more Earth Vein King Spiral to fully condense. At that time, it would be completely different. Asterisk GG. Asterisk, a sharp and strange sound pierced through one's mind like a demon's voice. Layers of sound waves surged like ripples in water. Wherever the sound passed, whether it was stone, soil, or grass, everything was turned into powder. This attack caused Chunzong's expression to turn serious, but he didn't dodge. Behind him was a earth vein king spiral that was at least 5 to 6 times larger than the previous ones. Chunzong was overjoyed to find this earth vein king spiral. Such a large earth vein king spiral was the second largest earth vein king spiral he had seen since entering this place. The earth vein energy contained within was extremely rich and pure. If he could absorb it, perhaps the earth vein king spiral in his body would fully condense, and he would truly step into the earth spirit realm. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the thought of truly stepping into the earth spirit realm. However, at the same time that he discovered the earth vein king spiral, he also discovered a strange beast that was preparing to enter the earth vein king spiral. Its body was half a meter long, and its entire body was golden. It looked like a beetle, and its mouth was incomparably sharp. It could release shockingly powerful sound waves. Chunzong could only take it head-on. Otherwise, the earth vein king spiral behind him would be affected and destroyed. These strange beasts didn't have much intelligence, so they didn't have any scruples. The power of the sound waves caused Chunzong's expression to turn serious. He gripped his sword with both hands and swung it out with a slight tremble. The frightening edge of the sword carried with it an astounding power, and it instantly split the sound waves into two. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword light slashed out continuously, completely shattering the sound waves. Then, an incomparably brilliant sword light tore through the air and slashed towards the strange beast. The beetle beast was extremely fast. After dodging Chunzong's sword, it turned into a streak of golden light. Its extremely sharp mouth pierced through the air and viciously stabbed towards Chunzong. Chunzong's expression changed, and he felt as if his body had been pierced through. He raised his sword to meet the attack. An extremely sharp sound exploded, and a frightening force passed through the sword. Chunzong's body retreated, and like a bamboo in the wind, he instantly bounced back and slashed out with his sword again. This time, the sword contained 2 layers of strength. There was no way to dodge. The wool heavenly sword slashed down on the golden beetle. Chunzong felt a shocking toughness. It was like a normal sword slashing down on steel. There was a rebounding force. So hard, Chunzong couldn't help but be shocked. The golden beetle's carapace was shockingly hard. Even the sharpness of the heavenly wool sword, which was comparable to a mid-tier spiritual sword, couldn't damage it at all. While he was shocked, Chunzong's sword didn't stop for a moment. With the help of the rebound force, the combination of the bamboo and the wind technique, and the 2 layers of strength, he instantly slashed 3 times at the same spot on the golden beetle's body. However, he still couldn't cut through it. The golden beetle reacted in an instant. Once again, it turned into a golden stream of light. After dodging Chunzong's sword, it rushed towards him again. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, the illusory sword strength rushed forward. The sword vibrated at an astonishing speed. The sword light completely condensed on the sword, and the sword slashed out. Heaven Scar. This sword could even tear the sky apart. When the sword slashed at the golden beetle's body, Chunzong felt a strong resistance. It was an astonishing resistance that blocked the heaven's will sword. Cut! After the first slash, it still couldn't cut through the carapace. It only left a faint sword mark. This defensive power shocked Chunzong even more. Heaven Scar. The second sword slashed out, still slashing at the sword scar, causing it to deepen. The golden beetle didn't fear death. After dodging the first slash, it rushed forward again. Chunzong's figure flashed as he slashed out again, slashing at the sword mark again. Slash after slash, the golden beetle's carapace still hadn't been cut through after 10 slashes. This was because Chunzong discovered that every time he slashed at the same sword mark, the mark would quickly disappear and heal itself. Chunzong estimated that he'd only have a chance of breaking through a tough and naturally healing carapace when he truly stepped into the Earth spirit realm and his strength increased again. It still wasn't enough now. Chunzong couldn't help but have a grave expression. This golden beetle's strength was indeed very strong, but it wasn't strong enough to make him feel threatened. After all, his strength had greatly increased compared to before. The only thing that troubled him was the unbelievably tough carapace. If he couldn't break through the carapace, then he wouldn't be able to kill the golden beetle. If he couldn't kill it, then he wouldn't be able to absorb the power of the earth vein in peace. Avoiding the golden beetle's mandibles, Chunzong's mind raced as hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. How could he kill this golden beetle? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The golden beetle's carapace is unbelievably tough and has astonishing defensive capabilities, but that's not necessarily the case on the inside. The thought flashed through his mind. After all, the insides of the body were made up of internal organs and blood. They couldn't possibly be as tough as the carapace. Since I can't break through the carapace, then I'll bypass the carapace and attack the insides of the body. The thought became clearer. Chunzong swung his sword again and slashed at the golden beetle's carapace. The application of strength contained in this slash was completely different from before. He no longer sought to break through the carapace, but instead sought to break through the carapace into the golden beetle's body and destroy the insides of its body. It was easy to think, but difficult to do. The strength of this slash immediately dissipated when it hit the golden beetle's hard carapace. The carapace was extremely tough and dense. It was very difficult to channel strength through the carapace into the body. Chunzong wasn't discouraged and tried again and again. He just thought of this technique and had never tried it before, so it was normal for him to fail at the beginning. If he could master it, it would be equivalent to mastering another skill. The golden beetle became Chunzong's whetstone. Chunzong was also relieved. He was no longer in a hurry to kill the golden beetle. Instead, he kept trying to find the best way to channel strength through the hard carapace into the body and destroy the insides of its body. Although the golden beetle was small in size, it was extremely heavy and powerful. It didn't even take half a step back when Chunzong's sword slashed at its carapace. However, this made it easier for Chunzong to attack. Slash, slash, slash. After trying again and again, Chunzong gradually grasped the knack of it. However, he always felt that something was missing. An opportunity, a very crucial opportunity. More haste, less speed. Chunzong didn't think too much about it. Instead, he kept attacking and trying. The poor golden beetle didn't have much intelligence and didn't know its own situation. It just kept attacking Chunzong. However, Chunzong had already figured out its attacking methods. Chapter 891. Slash. The astonishing sword light tore through the sky, and the terrible power caused the air to fluctuate. It slashed viciously on the golden beetle's shell, instantly bursting forth with terrifying momentum. The moment the sword made contact with the golden beetle's shell, the tyrannical power blasted into the shell. It wanted to penetrate the shell and cut into the beetle's body, destroying its insides. However, the power dissipated before it could fully enter the beetle's body. The golden beetle's shell was hard and dense, making it even more difficult to transmit the power. It was common knowledge that power would be constantly consumed in the process of transmitting power. The degree of consumption varied from object to object. Usually, the finer the object, the more shocking the consumption. This method of transmitting power directly was obviously not feasible. Chunzong had another flash of inspiration, and he thought of Heaven's Scar. Heaven's Scar used the vibration technique. The high-speed vibration of the sword gave it an even more terrifying sharpness, so as to cut through all hardness and even nothingness. If this vibration technique was applied to power, and the power vibrated through the golden beetle's shell and blasted into its body, perhaps the effect would be even better. When he thought of that, Chunzong immediately drew his sword. As the sword vibrated at high speed, the sword force within it vibrated as well. The moment it touched the golden beetle's shell, the vibrating sword force seeped into the beetle's shell and went straight into its body. It dissipated, but Chunzong was slightly happy. He could feel that the power had almost completely blasted into the shell, proving that this method was feasible. Another strike. Strike after strike. Chunzong kept trying until he found the best opportunity. He swung his sword and slashed down. The vibrating power instantly penetrated the golden beetle's shell and rushed into its body. Although it was constantly being consumed, in the end, 10% of the power blasted into the golden beetle's body. The golden beetle's carapace was extremely hard, but its insides were not. After the 10% of the void sword force hit it, it immediately let out a sharp cry. Its body trembled, and it flew in all directions like a headless fly. Chunzong was worried that the golden beetle would destroy the earth vein spring, so he immediately blocked it with his sword. Once again, he slashed at the golden beetle's body, and another 10% of the power blasted into its body. Even though it was only 10% of the void sword force, it was still very powerful and could kill a high-grade false earth spirit realm cultivator. After 3 consecutive strikes, the golden beetle's struggle weakened, and it fell directly to the ground. Its claws twitched slightly as it let out intermittent and weak cries. If you don't kill a snake, it will only harm itself. Chunzong's body. With a thought, the golden beetle's shell. Chunzong's body was too hard. If he brought such a hard shell back to the experts of the Empyrean, who knows, maybe it could be refined into a treasure like spirit armor or something. Chun, Earth Spirit's Earth Vein Spring. Chun. Without a sound, Chunzong. Chunzong. By Void Chi. To void to Chun. To void void. The Earth Vein King spin continued to spin faster and faster, and the speed at which it absorbed the Earth Vein King spin's power also increased. This Earth Vein Spring was 6 times larger than the previous one. It was enough for Chunzong to absorb for a while. Absorb. The Earth Vein King spin became more and more solid, while the Earth Vein King spin's power in the Earth Vein Spring decreased. By the time Chunzong had absorbed all of the Earth Vein King spin's power, the Earth Vein King spin was already very solid. It's still lacking a little bit. Chunzong muttered to himself. He didn't get up. Instead, he continued to spin the Earth Vein King spin, absorbing the Earth Vein Stone essence and mid-grade spirit sources' spiritual energy. It took Chunzong 6 hours to absorb the energy of the Earth Vein Stone essence before he finally completed the last bit of the process. The instant the Earth Vein King vortex was fully formed, a tyrannical aura erupted from within the Earth Vein King vortex. Before Chunzong could react, the aura enveloped his entire body and rushed out of his body. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were surging. It was incomparably tyrannical, and its momentum was earth-shattering. The terrifying aura turned into a storm that swept out in all directions like the edge of a sword, slicing through the ground 3 feet high. The ground was as smooth as a mirror. The aura turned into a giant sword that shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. With a rumble, like a sudden clap of thunder, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the pale golden pure yang blood and chi, bringing with it a vast and mighty righteous aura, like the righteous aura of the rising sun, instantly engulfing every part of Chunzong's body. In an instant, Chunzong felt his entire body heat up. That aura was incomparably hot, and the boiling heat swept through his entire body. He felt as if he was burning from the inside out. This was the heat emitted by the pure yang blood chi. Under this heat, Chunzong's skin turned red, and traces of heat spread out from his body. The heat was like steam, rising in spirals, and there were even traces of black and red within. Vaguely, Chunzong smelled a pungent, burnt smell. Sweat kept pouring out of his body, and it didn't take long for him to be completely drenched. The heat lasted for a while before it gradually dissipated. Zong's body returned to normal. The earth veins' spiritual power rolled out and immediately repelled the sticky sweat on his body. This feeling, as soon as Zong felt his body at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. There was an indescribable surprise in his eyes. Using the simplest words to describe it, it was very relaxed. His entire body felt very comfortable, as if he had put down a burden. His entire body had become very light and agile. Going deeper, his body was filled with an indescribable feeling of lightness and comfort. Even his skin had become very relaxed. This kind of relaxation was not relaxation, but a kind of relaxation as if fatigue had been removed. His perception of the surrounding aura had also become clearer and sharper. I didn't expect that after the pure yang qi and blood transformed into a light golden color, it would undergo a second meridian cutting and marrow cleansing. Zong was amazed. The first meridian cutting and marrow cleansing was when he had obtained the Heart Sword seal. It allowed him to officially embark on the path of cultivation and become a warrior. The effect of the second meridian cutting and marrow cleansing naturally couldn't be compared to the first, but it also further removed the impurities inside his body, making his body more transparent. Zong could clearly feel that the flow of power in his body had increased by about 30%. The faster the flow of power, the faster the absorption, and the more beneficial it would be for cultivation. Moreover, it also meant that during a battle, the power could be released faster, which invisibly improved one's combat ability. Think about it. If two people with similar cultivation and strength were fighting, the one with the faster flow of power would undoubtedly be able to attack faster and have the advantage. His whole body felt warm, as if there was an invisible stream of heat emanating from the pure yang qi and blood, nourishing his whole body. After carefully studying this stream of heat, Zong knew its effect to resist evil. In other words, under the protection of the pale golden pure yang qi and blood, it would be difficult for evil to invade his body. Not bad, not bad. Zong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Who would have thought that double happiness would come at the same time? First was the complete breakthrough in his cultivation level. He had now truly stepped into the Earth Spirit realm and become an Earth Spirit practitioner. His current cultivation level was at the early stage of the first level of the Earth Spirit realm. He had also broken through in his body refinement and reached the early stage of the first level of the Earth Spirit realm. The other thing was that the transformation of his pure yang qi and blood had brought great benefits to his body. After the second meridian cutting and marrow cleansing, his cultivation speed had increased by about 30%, and the flow of power had also increased by 30%. It was faster and stronger, and with the protection of the pure yang qi and blood, it was difficult for evil to invade his body. Being difficult for evil to invade his body didn't sound like much, but one would only understand the rarity of it if one looked deeper into it. In this world, there were many people who practiced yin cultivation methods and evil cultivation methods. When practiced to a high level, the power would be amazing. There were also some dangerous and forbidden places that also had yin evil cultivation methods. For those who did not practice yin evil cultivation methods, it was very disadvantageous. In short, Zong had been looking forward to a pleasant surprise after the transformation of his pure yang qi and blood. Now, not only had he received a pleasant surprise, but it had also exceeded his expectations. He exhaled again, and as if a thunderous sword aura had broken through the hard ground, it left a shocking sword mark thousands of meters away, as if a flood dragon had slashed through it. Now that I've broken through to the Earth Spirit realm in both Qi and body refinement, the 1,000 refinement method of body refinement should be enough for me to reach the 9th level of the profound sky realm. However, I still need to perfect the Qi cultivation method myself. Zong thought to himself. The mysterious heart method was the cultivation method of the Heart Sword Tao. Zong had used the Heart Sword Tao as the foundation and integrated various other cultivation methods into it. Currently, the mysterious heart method had only been perfected to the extreme mortal realm, and the Earth Spirit realm portion was still incomplete. At most, It was at the supreme level. However, Chunzong wanted to perfect it to the supreme level. When I'm done here, I'll go read the Earth Spirit Realm Cultivation Method manuals collected by the Extreme Sky Association and perfect the Mysterious Heart Method. Chunzong thought to himself. Next, I'll have to find more Earth Vein Stones. The Mysterious Heart Method hadn't been perfected yet, so Chunzong's cultivation couldn't continue to improve for the time being. Therefore, even if he found more Earth Vein Springs, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation. Since that was the case, he might as well find more Earth Vein Stones to take with him. It would be more convenient for him to cultivate in the future after he perfected the method. Chapter 892. On the surface of the Earth, the elders from the major factions of Bright Sword Continent were divided into different groups, waiting for their return. There was only one person from Skyscraper Society. He had his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance. When his eyes swept past, the light in his eyes made people tremble with fear, not daring to look at him directly. Maniac. He was second only to the society leader of Skyscraper Society. He was also a famous expert in Bright Sword Continent. Everyone was afraid that he would suddenly go crazy and attack. While guarding against Maniac, Elder Tang Yaoha and the others were waiting for the Earth Vein Tide to end and for the Empyrean Society to return. It's been half a month. I wonder how they're doing? A profound heaven expert transmitted his voice. Sacrifices are inevitable. Another profound heaven expert said, entering the Earthstring Tide was an opportunity, but it was also a matter of fighting. Of course, there would be danger, and death would be unavoidable. I hope a few of them can survive. Elder Tang Yaoha didn't say anything, but he also hoped that the 7 members of the Extreme Heaven Association could survive. Of course, this was an extravagant hope. Sacrificing one's life was inevitable, and Elder Tang Yaoha undoubtedly hoped that Chunzong would survive. With his strength, the chances of him surviving are very high. Tang Yaoha said secretly. If Elder Tang Yaoha knew that not only did Chunzong survive, but he was also doing very well and had achieved a major breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be very surprised. His body was like a flowing light as he swept across the ground. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to when he used the profound heart transformation technique with all his might. It should be known that Chunzong did not use any movement technique at the moment. He was merely walking forward. The reason why Chunzong didn't use the profound heart transformation art was because he wanted to further control his own strength and better sense the fluctuations of the earth and the power of the earth vein. The cultivation of the earth spirit realm can be divided into 3 parts. The first part is the cultivation base. Simply increasing one's cultivation base is to condense the earth vein whirlpool and then split it until there are 9 whirlpools. Chunzong thought to himself as he carefully sensed the earth's fluctuations. The second part was the application of the power of the earth vein. That's right, an expert of the earth spirit realm could manipulate the power of the earth veins for their own use. For example, the miraculous ability of shrinking the earth into an inch was an application of the power of the ley lines, and it wasn't something that all earth spirit realm practitioners could do. The third part was naturally martial arts. However, strictly speaking, the third part linked up a cultivator's entire life. No matter what realm one was at, martial arts would always exist. It would grow and multiply endlessly, and it was impossible to break away from it. Now, Chunzong couldn't continue to improve his cultivation because of his martial arts. However, that didn't stop him from further comprehending the power of the earth veins and grasping the essence on a deeper level. Using his feet to measure the ground, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the power of the earth vein while searching for earth vein stones. Earth vein stones were often buried under the ground, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They could only rely on their senses. Now that he'd broken through to the earth spirit realm, his senses for the power of the ley lines had become even clearer, and he could more easily sense the existence of the ley line stones. The power of the ley lines is the embodiment of the power of the earth. It's vigorous, pure, magnificent, and as deep as the ocean. As he continued to comprehend, traces of understanding appeared in his mind. Shunzong's understanding of the power of the ley lines deepened, and the deeper his understanding, the higher his application of the power of the ley lines. Shunzong's accumulation in the extreme mortal realm was incomparably vigorous, and his foundation was incomparably solid. This caused Shunzong to need to absorb even more power of the ley lines in the process of breaking through to the earth spirit realm, and the power of the ley lines could only be described by the merging of the power of the ley lines. The more power of the ley lines he absorbed, the deeper his understanding of the power of the ley lines would become. Therefore, although Shunzong's cultivation was only at the beginning of the first level of the earth spirit realm, his understanding and application of the power of the ley lines surpassed many of the first and second level of the earth spirit realm. Even an ordinary third level of the earth spirit realm might not be able to compare to Shunzong. As he walked, Shunzong suddenly stopped in his tracks. He closed his eyes, and with his body as the center, his perception continuously spread out, as if his body had merged with the earth. Within his perception, Shunzong saw a piece of ley line stone 15 meters underground. The ley line stone was the size of a human head, and was the largest ley line stone he'd ever seen. In addition, Shunzong could feel the vigorous power of the ley lines contained within the ley line stone. The ley line energy contained within the earth naturally couldn't compare to the ley line energy within the ley line stone. After all, the ley line stone was the concentration of the ley line energy within the earth. Perhaps the effect of using the ley line stone to comprehend the power of the ley lines would be better. A thought flashed through Shunzong's mind. Shunzong had never thought about this before, because he had already concluded that the earth vein stone was something that could be used to increase one's cultivation like a spiritual source. Now, it seemed that it could also be used to comprehend the mysteries of the earth vein stone. Would the effect be better if I used ley line stone essence? Shunzong thought to himself, and then another thought popped into his mind. Would the effect be better if I used ley line spring to comprehend the power of the ley line energy? As these thoughts popped into his mind, Shunzong's closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a terrifying light. After taking out the ley line stone that was buried 15 meters underground, Shunzong moved again. This time, he used his body movement technique, which increased his speed by several times, making him incomparably fast. Fortunately, Shunzong found another ley line spring. Although it wasn't big, Shunzong didn't want to absorb the ley line energy within, but instead, he wanted to comprehend the mysteries within. Sitting cross-legged in the ley line spring, Shunzong closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to comprehend. While comprehending, Shunzong didn't forget to be vigilant of his surroundings. Everything within a radius of 100,000 meters was within his perception. If there was any movement, Shunzong would know. Unless the opponent's strength was much higher than Shunzong's, Shunzong wouldn't be able to sneak up on Shunzong. If the opponent's strength was much higher than Shunzong's, there was no need to sneak up on him. The fluctuations became clearer and clearer. Shunzong felt as if his body was melting into a pool of water, into a wisp of aura, permeating the ley line spring, as if he had become one of the ley line energy. In a ley line spring, the ley line energy that Shunzong had transformed into was like a dragon, roaming freely and playing with the other ley line energies. The mysteries of ley line energy were further presented in Shunzong's mind and soul, and Shunzong had further grasped them. Enlightenment surged and deepened. This kind of comprehension would also consume the ley line energy, but it wasn't as fast as direct absorption. After an unknown period of time, Shunzong's sea of consciousness suddenly shook, and he instantly broke away from the state of integration. When he woke up, the ley line energy in the ley line spring had been completely consumed. In an instant, countless spiritual lights emerged in his sea of consciousness, like a flood breaking through a dam, and Shunzong almost lost his mind. This feeling came and went quickly, and it only lasted for a moment. Shunzong opened his eyes, and countless profundities flowed within them. They were as resplendent as the stars, as deep as the starry sky, and as heavy as the earth. That was his comprehension of ley line energy. Gradually, Chunzong's eyes became clear again. Immediately after, Chunzong's figure disappeared from where he was and flashed 10 meters away. Flashing again, he was 10 meters away again. Chunzong was like a child who had gotten his favorite toy, flashing continuously. Every time he flashed, he was 10 meters away, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, making it difficult for others to grasp his movements. After flashing dozens of times, Chunzong finally stopped, and the joy on his face was restrained. Ground shrink. That's right, this was a unique ability that an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner could grasp. Ground shrink. Only with a deep enough understanding and application of leyline energy would one be able to grasp the miraculous ability of ground shrink. In other words, ground shrink was a sign that distinguished an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner from an elite. Generally speaking, an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner had to at least reach the 4th level of the Earth Spirit Realm to have a chance of grasping ground shrink. There were even some who had to reach the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm to grasp ground shrink. Those who grasped ground shrink before the 4th level of the Earth Spirit Realm were usually geniuses. The earlier one grasped it, the higher one's innate talent. There were very few people like Chunzong, who was only at the initial 1st level of the Earth Spirit Realm and had grasped ground shrink not long after breaking through. It could even be said that he was the only one since ancient times. Chunzong also understood this point, so he couldn't help but be a little excited. Soon after, he calmed down. At least, the Blue Waves continent wasn't the only world that existed in this void. At least in that vast and mighty world, he had obtained the first 3 transformations of the will change. That world was absolutely many times more powerful than the Blue Waves continent. In that kind of world, there were even more geniuses. Perhaps his innate talent would appear mediocre in that kind of world. People shouldn't be complacent. Complacency was tantamount to cutting off one's own path forward. The principle of ground shrink is to use the power of the earth vein to propel one's body and not rely on one's own speed. Chunzong thought inwardly and analyzed it on a deeper level. Ground shrink doesn't make one's body truly disappear. Instead, under the propulsion of the earth vein's power, one's speed would be increased to the extreme. Only then would one be able to achieve something similar to teleportation. However, a magical ability like ground shrink can only be used on the ground. Once one leaves the ground, it will lose its effect. The deeper one's understanding of the earth vein's power, the farther one can travel when using ground shrink. Currently, the range of my perception of the earth vein's power is 100,000 meters. In other words, I can increase the range of ground shrink to 100,000 meters in an instant. 100,000 meters in an instant. This was undoubtedly a very shocking distance and also a very shocking speed. It was many times faster than simply using a movement skill. Under normal circumstances, the initial 1st level of the Earth Spirit Realm's perception of the Earth Vein's power was 10,000 meters. However, Chunzong's range was 10 times that of the normal standard, which was undoubtedly even more shocking. Mastering spatial shrinking not only allowed Chunzong to greatly improve his ability to chase after enemies, but also his ability to escape. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong tried again. This time, he flashed and appeared 20 meters away, which meant that Chunzong was getting more and more familiar with the ability of distance shrinking. Chapter 893. Rumble. The ground shook once again. An incomparably vigorous ley vein energy ripple spread from underground. Soon after, a powerful black light shot up from the middle into the sky. It was like a pitch-black heavenly pillar that propped up the sky. The earth wave is about to end. Everyone on the surface straightened their backs, and their bodies became even straighter. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the pillar of black light without blinking. The earth wave was about to end, which meant that everyone who had entered the underground world was about to come out. Immediately, following the pillar of black light that shot up into the sky, one figure after another rushed out of the ground and left the pillar of light. They flew through the air, and after seeing their surroundings clearly, they quickly flew back to their own camps. Chunzong also rushed out of the ground along with the pillar of black light. When he saw where Elder Tang Yaohe and the others were, he extended his body and flew over like an eagle in the sky, landing in front of Elder Tang Yaohe and the others. Elder Tang Yaohe and the others all looked at Chunzong. Their shining eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword, causing Chunzong's body to tense up. However, Chunzong's aura was completely restrained, so it was difficult to see his cultivation level. Chunzong, your cultivation level. Elder Tang Yaohe couldn't help but ask curiously and expectantly. Earth Spirit. Chunzong replied with a sound transmission. Elder Tang Yaohe's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of ecstasy and shock flashed across his face. Before entering, Chunzong's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. Now he had actually reached the Earth Spirit realm. Those who hadn't reached this stage wouldn't know how difficult it was. It seemed that there was only a fine line between the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm and the Earth Spirit realm, but one had to go through the pseudo-Earth Spirit realm. Every process required a large amount of ley line energy. Breaking through is easier said than done. Without batting an eyelid, Elder Tang Yaohe protected Chunzong. The other profound sky realm warriors immediately understood what was going on. They moved slightly to protect Chunzong behind them. More and more people followed the black light to the surface. In the end, when the black light returned to the ground, the hole that led to the underground was sealed. Even a titled monarch would not be able to break through it. When they entered, there were a total of 39 people, but now, only 19 people left alive. 5 of the Skyscraper Association's 9 members were left. 4 of the Extreme Heaven Association's 7 members were left. As for the 3 Great Sword Clans, the Sky Pole Sword Sect and the Boundless Sword Sect, they each had 2 members. This kind of loss could be said to be heavy. However, those who had survived had their cultivation bases greatly improved, and they had also obtained Earth Vein Stones. It was quite a bountiful harvest. Elder Tang, Chunzong stole my opportunity. Fong Zai, who was still alive, said directly to Elder Tang Yaohe. Immediately, all eyes fell on Chunzong's face. Stealing other people's opportunities was quite normal, but when it was said out loud, it did not sound so good. Especially when it was said to be stealing a companion's opportunity, it was even more disdainful. You and I found the Earth Vein Spring at the same time. You are not as strong as me, so you retreated. How would you say you stole it? Chunzong said calmly without the slightest hint of panic. Fong Zai's face changed, faintly turning green, because what Chunzong said was true. Seeing Chunzong's and Fong Zai's faces, Elder Tang Yaohe and the others could see who was telling the truth. Immediately, he looked at Fong Zai with an unhappy expression and said, "All right, don't mention this again." Chunzong naturally wouldn't hold on to this matter and not let it go, as that would make him seem narrow-minded. Even though Fong Zai was extremely furious in his heart when he received the warning, he didn't dare mention it again. He only remembered Chunzong in his heart, and as long as he had the chance in the future, he might take revenge. A trace of hatred flashed in Fong Zai's eyes, but it was also noticed by Chunzong. Chunzong's expression did not change, as if he did not notice it at all. He had already decided that if Fong Zai really did not know what was good for him and wanted to take revenge, only death would await him. "Let's go," Elder Tang Yaohe said, and immediately released an air transportation spirit tool, wanting everyone to enter it and leave this place. After all, the Earth Vein Tide had already ended, and everyone had gained something. The most important thing now was to leave this place and return to discuss the details of this trip. Suddenly, a cold, murderous intent bombarded them like a heavenly waterfall, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. A tyrannical, blood-red blade, light, cut through the sky, carrying an extreme murderous intent as it slashed towards the people of the Extreme Heaven Association. This blade light made the world lose its color, and the terrifying pressure of the blade light even left a long blade mark on the hard ground. Under the pressure of this blade light, Chun Zong and the others felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Death was imminent, and the terrifying pressure made them unable to move. It was as if the sky and the earth were pressing down on them at the same time, turning into a giant blade that was about to smash them into pieces. Elder Tang Yaohe and the other profound heaven experts' expressions also changed greatly, and they were extremely shocked. He had made his move. The maniac had really made his move. The reason why Elder Tang Yaohe was in such a hurry to leave was that he was worried that the Skyscraper Association's maniac would make his move, but he did not expect that he would still be one step too late. You guys go first. Elder Tang Yaohe unleashed a tyrannical aura with the power of the earth and sky veins. He had decided to fight the maniac alone to buy time for the others of the Extreme Heaven Association to leave this place. The other profound heaven experts also understood this and immediately unleashed their full strength, rushing into the white cloud with Chun Zong and the others. They immediately activated the air transportation spirit tool and took off. Break! Elder Tang Yaohe's beard bristled with anger. His entire body's power erupted in an instant, turning into a majestic sword light that pierced through the air and blasted towards the terrifying blood-red blade light. In the Brightsword continent, swordsmanship was the norm. However, not everyone practiced swordsmanship. For example, Kuang Gue did not practice swordsmanship. Instead, he practiced the blade. That was because he had obtained a powerful blade inheritance outside the Brightsword continent. That blade inheritance had given him the name Kuang Gue. To a certain extent, Fei Mingyu and the Ghost Blade had also been influenced by the maniac to practice the blade. In fact, Fei Mingyu was actually the maniac's disciple. Fei Mingyu had not come out, so naturally he had died inside. This enraged the maniac and was one of the reasons why he had attacked. The other reason was naturally to weaken the Extreme Heaven Association's strength. It would be best if he could kill all of them and take away all the Earth Vein stones they had obtained from the Earth Vein Tide. Maniac would never threaten the other party to hand over the stones. If he wanted them, he would just kill them and take them away. With a boom, Elder Tang Yaohe's sword was instantly shattered by the blood-red blade light. The blood-red blade light was like a hot knife through butter as it ruthlessly slashed towards Elder Tang Yaohe with a violent killing intent. Then, the second blood-red blade light pierced through the air and slashed at the White Cloud Air Transportation Spirit Tool. The protective force of the White Cloud Air Transportation Spirit Tool was shaken and almost collapsed. Chun Zong and the others in the White Cloud's Air Transportation Spiritual Tool were also swaying. They looked down through the Air Transportation Spiritual Tool, but they could not see anyone. They could only see a blood-red saber light tearing through the sky and shattering a sword light. After that, the saber light continued onward with irresistible force. Inside the Air Transportation Spirit Tool, the profound heaven stage experts of the Extreme Heaven Association were grief-stricken. They knew very well that Elder Tang Yaohe was no match for the maniac, but he had stayed behind to fight the maniac so that they could escape safely. The air transportation spirit artifact flew higher and higher, faster and faster. Chun Zong and the others could only vaguely see the fierce battle below. The blood-red saber light and the purple sword light collided again and again, and the purple sword light was shattered every time. It was not a match at all. Maniac, even if this old man dies, I'll take you down with me. Elder Tang Yaohe's roar suddenly resounded through the sky like a clap of thunder. With a boom, the purple light suddenly exploded like a blooming purple lotus, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Everything in its path was destroyed by the blooming purple sword light and turned into powder. The overbearing and violent blood-red blade light was also shattered in an instant. This scene was like a brand in the hearts of Chun Zong and the others. They couldn't help but feel sorrowful, and their eyes were sore. They all knew that Elder Tang Yaohe was dead. They only hoped that Maniac would die as well. The blooming purple lotus was the last brilliance of Elder Tang Yaohe's life. Everyone stared with wide eyes. When the purple light dissipated, they saw a blood-red flame burning fiercely. It was Maniac. He didn't die. Inside the white cloud air transportation spirit tool, the profound sky realm experts saw it more clearly. They were shocked, and slowly, with hatred, they unconsciously clenched their fists, wishing that they could rush down and kill Maniac. However, no one moved, because they all knew that their strength was too weak compared to Maniac's. If they rushed down, not only would they not be able to kill Maniac, but they would also be killed by Maniac. Remember, one day, when you have enough strength, you must kill that Maniac and avenge Elder Tang Yaohe, a profound sky realm expert said with hatred. Shenzong didn't answer, but clenched his fists. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and then he buried it deep. Maniac! Shenzong immediately remembered this name, like a brand, and engraved it with killing intent. Speaking of which, Elder Tang Yaohe didn't have much of a relationship with him. He had only led them here. Who would have thought that in the end, he would sacrifice his life in order to protect them so that they could escape safely? A profound sky realm expert at the late stage of the profound sky realm must have gone through a lot of hardships and spent a lot of time and energy to become famous. He was an elder of the Extreme Sky Association, with a high status and great power. He was also very powerful. However, he sacrificed his own life for them, which touched Shenzong a lot and made Shenzong feel very grateful. The favor of saving one's life was greater than the sky. Elder Tang, in the future, I will kill Maniac to pay tribute to you, Shenzong said secretly, making a vow. He would definitely kill Maniac. On the ground, Maniac, who was covered in blood-red flames, raised his head and gazed at the sky, staring at the flying spiritual tool that had already become it. He only felt a vague, killing intent surrounding him. It was very weak, but it made Maniac's hair stand on end, as if there was someone in that flying spiritual tool who could threaten him. Then, Maniac grinned and suddenly stomped on the ground. With a boom, the ground shook, and under the terrifying impact, it collapsed instantly. Another powerful impact made Maniac's body soar into the sky, chasing after the white cloud flying spiritual tool at an astonishing speed. Chapter 894. Maniac was in the 9th level of the Sky Profound Realm and was the second strongest warrior of the Skyscraper Society. He was also a famous warrior in the Bright Sword continent. As he was ranked in the top 10, his strength was terrifying and his speed was shocking. Maniac soared into the sky like a giant blade cutting across the sky with a loud boom. He fiercely chased after the white cloud's air transportation spiritual tool with a terrifying blood-red killing intent. The white cloud's air transportation spiritual tool speed had been increased to the extreme, but Maniac was faster than it. The distance between them was being shortened little by little. Shenzong's eyes were cold and sharp. He gazed at the blood-red blade light that was getting closer and closer, but he didn't panic at all. However, Shenzong also knew that if Maniac caught up with them, they would be in danger of dying. One of the Sky Profound Realm warriors tried his best to increase the air transportation spiritual tool speed, but he still couldn't get rid of Maniac's pursuit. Then, a blood-red blade light tore through the sky and fiercely chopped down at an astonishing speed. After 3 breaths, it directly chopped down on the white cloud's air transportation spiritual tool's defensive power. With a loud boom, the defensive power surged. Even the people in the air transportation spiritual tool were affected and swayed along with it. The second blood-red blade light chopped down on the air transportation spiritual tool's defensive power again. Then, the third blood-red blade light chopped down. After 3 consecutive slashes, the defensive power of the white cloud's air transportation spiritual tool was immediately shattered. The fourth blade light chopped down mercilessly on the air transportation spiritual tool. The air transportation spiritual tool was made of extraordinary materials. It was very hard. However, Maniac was in the 9th level of the sky profound realm. Even though he was injured and couldn't use his full strength, 80 or 90% of his strength was still very terrifying. After being hit again, the air transportation spiritual tool shook violently, leaving a long blade mark that almost broke into the air transportation spiritual tool. Not good. The air transportation spiritual tool can only resist one more slash. The faces of the sky profound realm warriors in the air transportation spiritual tool changed dramatically. One more slash, and the air transportation spiritual tool would be destroyed. At that time, it would lose its ability to fly and fall directly. In an instant, the sky profound realm experts finished their discussion and reached a consensus. They stared at the blood-colored blade light that was slashing towards them again, and felt their palms sweating and their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. His rapidly contracting pupils reflected the blood-red saber light as it slashed down. He judged the time. A single breath felt like a million years of suffering. Chunzong and the others knew what was going to happen next, so they were mentally prepared. The moment the blood-colored blade light slashed the air transportation spiritual artifact, several sky profound realm experts also grabbed everyone's arms, turned into streaks of light, and rushed out of the air transportation spiritual artifact like lightning, and rushed in all directions at the fastest speed possible. The cultivations of these sky profound realm experts were far inferior to Elder Tang Yaoa, so naturally, they were inferior to Maniac. Therefore, wanting to escape from Maniac's pursuit was extremely difficult. It was simply wishful thinking. Since that was the case, they took everyone and fled in different directions. If one of them could survive, it would be good. If two of them could survive, it would be good. If none of them could survive, then there was nothing they could do. With a boom, the air transportation spiritual artifact was hit. It was split into two from the slash mark and immediately exploded, bursting out an astonishing power that spread in all directions like rolling thunder. You want to escape by splitting up? Maniac chased after them, seeing the people fleeing in 5 different directions. His face was immediately filled with coldness. The blood-colored long blade slashed out in a flash, turning into 5 terrifying blade lights that slashed in 5 different directions. The speed of the blood-colored blade light was even faster than the speed of the 5 people. Chunzong and the sky profound realm expert who carried him felt cold all over. The blood-colored blade light was approaching them at an astonishing speed, and it would slash them in the next breath. There was no way to dodge. The speed of the blood-colored blade light was extremely fast, and it carried an indescribable pressure, as if the power of heaven and earth was constantly pressing down on them. Not to mention that Chunzong couldn't dodge, he couldn't even move. He felt that the space was suppressing him through a cage. Even the sky profound realm expert who carried Chunzong slowed down abruptly. He could only fly forward with great difficulty. Death was approaching. Chunzong's group was in such a situation, and so were the other 4 groups. The crisis of death was approaching. A smile suddenly appeared on Maniac's face. The threat he felt just now came from these people. In other words, there might be someone among these people who could threaten him. Since there was a threat, whether it was real or not, he had to eliminate it. The best way was to kill it. Once he killed it, the threat would be gone. It was very simple, but very direct and effective. Now, the threat was about to be eliminated. Just as the blood-colored blade light was about to strike the crowd, a long roar shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately, a green light, like a heavenly dragon, arrived in the sky. Waves of dragon roars followed, resounding throughout the world. It was as if the world had been desolate since the beginning of time. It rumbled like rolling thunder, endless. The cyan heavenly dragon was made up of countless sword chi. It was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, the space was torn apart. The first beam of blood-colored blade light was shattered, and then the second beam was also shattered. 4 beams of blood-colored blade light were shattered in a row, but the 5th beam was too far away. Before it could be shattered, it had already cut the sky profound realm expert and the 2 people he carried. The 3 of them were annihilated by the blood-colored blade light in an instant. There was nothing they could do about it. Those who survived could only be grateful. Maniac, don't be so arrogant. After the cyan heavenly dragon, a long roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, like the cry of heavenly swords. Maniac immediately frowned. It was this person who came at this critical moment. A cyan figure arrived on a sword. Sword chi poured down like a rainstorm, shooting toward Maniac. With a boom, the blood-colored long blade slashed out fiercely. After the storm-like sword chi, a green figure soared into the sky like a dragon. Kill! Kill! Blade light and sword shadows surged in the sky. The sky profound realm expert took advantage of this opportunity to bring Chunzong into the distance. Chunzong could feel that the sky profound realm expert who was carrying him let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Chunzong also heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he hated and wanted to kill that mad ghost, he was completely no match for the latter. First, he had to survive. Only then could he kill that mad ghost in the future to pay tribute to Elder Tang Yaohe. Senior, who was that senior just now? Chunzong asked after they were some distance away and a little safer. He is Sword Venerable Azure Dragon of our Ultimate Sky Association. The Sky Profound Realm expert answered quickly with obvious reverence in his voice. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon? Chunzong was surprised. He hadn't been in the Ultimate Sky Association for long, so he didn't know much about it. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon is an expert second only to the association leader in our Ultimate Sky Association. He is an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm and ranked 7th on the famous sword list of Bright Sword Continent. The Sky Profound Realm expert said with reverence. The famous sword list. Chunzong knew that it was the highest ranking list in Bright Sword Continent. There were only 10 places on the list. Those who could be ranked on the list were recognized by most people as the top 10 experts of Bright Sword Continent. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon was ranked 7th, which was very shocking. Maniac is also on the famous sword list? Chunzong asked. Maniac is ranked 6th. The Sky Profound Realm expert with Chunzong answered. However, Maniac is injured and can't use his full strength. He might not be a match for Sword Venerable Azure Dragon. The difference between 6th and 7th was 1 place, but it was also a difference in strength. Of course, this difference wasn't that big. Under normal circumstances, Maniac could defeat Sword Venerable Azure Dragon, but he couldn't kill him. If Sword Venerable Azure Dragon fought with his life on the line, he could even injure Maniac. Although Elder Tang Yaohe didn't kill Maniac with his self-detonation, Maniac was still injured. Maniac didn't heal himself first, but chased after Elder Tang Yaohe with his injuries. He couldn't use his full strength. To Chunzong and the others, even if Maniac's injuries were more serious, Chunzong and the others couldn't fight against him. However, to experts like Sword Venerable Azure Dragon, his disadvantages would be magnified. The difference in strength would be even. Chunzong looked back. He could only see a green sword light and a red blade light colliding. The shocking momentum surged in the sky and swept in all directions. However, he couldn't tell who had the upper hand. For one thing, the distance between them was too far. For another, this level of battle had completely surpassed Chunzong's level. The difference was too big. He couldn't see through it at all. However, he was able to survive this time because Elder Tang Yaohe sacrificed himself, and because Sword Venerable Azure Dragon came to save him. Chunzong was grateful to both of them. After a while, the Sky Profound Realm expert brought Chunzong away. They couldn't see the battle at all and couldn't feel any aura of the battle. Only then did they stop. At this time, a green sword light flashed across the sky like a heavenly dragon. Its speed was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. At first glance, it was still hundreds of thousands of meters away. However, before they could blink, it was already in front of them. This was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked like a well-read scholar. His face was gentle like jade, and it was suffused with traces of fluorescence. He had a faint, modest smile, and his eyes were clear and deep. One look at him would make people have a good impression of him. Zhou Huaixing greets Sword Venerable Azure Dragon. The Sky Profound Realm expert who brought Chenzong away quickly stood up and bowed. Chenzong also stood up quickly and bowed. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon was worthy of Chenzong's respect in every aspect. It was natural for him to bow. No need to be so polite. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon said with a smile. Then he looked serious. I left as soon as I received Elder Tang's message. However, I was still one step too late. Elder Tang sacrificed himself. Elder Tang sacrificed himself to save us. Zhou Huaixing said mournfully. Although Maniac was injured and his strength is not even 100% of what it used to be, I could only defeat him. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon sighed. It was not that he didn't want to kill him, but that he couldn't. Maniac was very powerful. Even if he risked his life, he could only severely injure him at most. In that case, he would have to pay a big price. Venerable Sword Venerable, I will avenge Elder Tang Yaohe in the future. Chenzong said word by word. His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. It was directed at Maniac. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon heard this, and his eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Chenzong looked at Sword Venerable Azure Dragon without changing his expression. His eyes were full of determination. Chapter 895. Chenzong didn't return to the lightsaber branch with Zhou Huaixing, but was taken away by Sword Venerable Azure Dragon. As for the others, they naturally returned to the lightsaber branch, and then returned to the branch they came from. The other three who survived were envious when they learned that Chenzong was taken away by Sword Venerable Azure Dragon. They joined the Empyrean Zenith Association earlier than Chenzong and knew more about it. Naturally, they knew who Sword Venerable Azure Dragon was. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was the second strongest expert in the Empyrean Association, second only to the Association Master. It was rare to see him. Rumor had it that his Azure Dragon, Sword Dao, was unfathomable and tyrannical. It was a famous inheritance in the Bright Sword Continent. He himself was ranked 7th on the famous sword ranking. The first on the famed sword list was naturally the powerful Association Master of the Skyscraper Association. The second was the Association Master of the Empyrean Zenith Association, who dared to fight against the Association Master. As for the third, fourth, and fifth, they were the patriarchs of the 3 great sword clans. In fact, there was no clear conclusion about their strength. The rankings were just a symbol. Perhaps the patriarchs of the 3 great sword clans had different strengths, or maybe they were even. The patriarchs of the 3 great sword clans didn't raise any objections to the rankings. The 6th was Maniac of the Skyscraper Association. The 7th was Sword Venerable Azure Dragon of the Empyrean Zenith Association, and the 8th and 9th were the patriarchs of the 2 great sword clans. They once had objections to their rankings, but they were defeated by Maniac and Sword Venerable Azure Dragon. As for the 10th place, it was a rogue cultivator, Xiaoyaozi Zai. Being taken away by Sword Venerable Azure Dragon meant that he was valued and might even be taken in as a disciple. What a glorious thing that would be. Thinking of this, Fang Zai was filled with jealousy. Why wasn't he valued by Sword Venerable Azure Dragon? But that bastard. Subconsciously, Fang Zai's hatred for Chenzong deepened. May I know where Senior is taking me? On the huge sword light, Chenzong stood behind Sword Venerable Azure Dragon and asked while admiring the magnificent scenery. Headquarters. Sword Venerable Azure Dragon's answer was very simple. Headquarters. Chenzong was startled. The headquarters of the Polar Heaven Association was located in a very secretive location. They were worried that the Skyscraper Association would find them and attack them. Basically, apart from the true upper echelons of the Polar Heaven Association, or those who had made great contributions to the association, no one knew where the headquarters was. Even entering the headquarters was very difficult. Chunzong had only joined the Empyrean Association not long ago. At first, he was appreciated by the elders and was promoted to Iron Sword Operator. Now, he was even valued by Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. It would be a smooth journey to bring him to the headquarters. The Azure Dragon Swordmaster's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the horizon and flew far away. This speed was many times faster than Chunzong. Moving as fast as lightning, Chunzong felt like he was floating in the air. One day, I'll be able to reach this speed too, Chunzong said to himself. With his own efforts, as long as he continued to cultivate, this day would not be too far away. Even with Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's amazing speed, he flew for 4 hours before he landed. This was a vast mountain. It looked like the headquarters of the Polar Heaven Association was hidden in this mountain. This mountain was called Sword Mountain, and it was the first mountain in the Bright Sword continent. The mountain stretched for millions of miles and connected to other continents. If one hid in such a vast mountain and wanted to hide, even a large martial artist would not be able to find him. Millions of miles was really too big. Although Thearcrank martial artists were powerful, they were not gods. Even a saint-level expert might not necessarily be able to find a person who was deliberately hiding in the depths of the mountains millions of miles away. Perhaps he could, but that would be too exhausting. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon landed in the mountain. There were towering trees all around, and it was hard to tell the directions. The headquarters of the Polar Heaven Association is in this mountain. However, to some extent, you are not qualified to know the exact location of the headquarters. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon did not beat around the bush. Instead, he said directly to Chunzong, "Hence, you need to cover your eyes and not use your spiritual senses to check." All right, Chunzong did not object. The headquarters location was very important. He had not been in the Polar Heaven Association for long and had not contributed much. Such a request was reasonable, and Chunzong could understand and accept it. Using a special black cloth to cover his eyes, he could only see darkness. As for his spiritual senses, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon could sense if Chunzong used it. Under Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's lead, Chunzong seemed to have walked into a maze. There were many twists and turns, and in the end, even he could not tell where he was. He only felt like he was in a fog. He stopped in his tracks, and a creaking sound entered his ears. It was very deep and heavy. He could imagine that it was a very heavy door. "All right, you can take it off now." Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's voice rang out. Chunzong took off the black cloth and saw a passage. It was a cave passage with lights on the left and right, illuminating the passage. They were now in the mountain. However, the famed Sword Mountain was vast and endless. There were countless peaks, but he did not know which peak they were on or whether they were underground. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon and Chunzong walked in front of each other. Their footsteps were even and light, echoing in the passage. It was very rhythmic and pleasing to the ears. The passage was several thousand meters long. Under Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's lead, Chunzong passed through 3 doors. Chunzong felt a sense of trepidation when he passed through each door, as if there was a hidden danger. It seemed that these doors were used to guard against intruders. Without Sword Venerate Green Dragon leading the way, he would have died if he had barged into this place. After passing through 3 doors, they finally arrived at the cave. This cave was very well built. It was like a palace in the middle of a mountain. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. As soon as Chunzong stepped into the palace, he saw the others. They all bowed respectfully to Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon nodded in response, but did not introduce Chunzong. This made the others curious, but they did not ask. In the Extreme Heaven Association, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was not only second to the Association Master in strength, but his position was also second to the Association Master. If the Association Master was not present, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon would be the leader of the Extreme Heaven Association. There was not only one palace in the mountain, but many. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon also sent a message to a few elders with real power to come. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. 3 elders with real power came and bowed. Elder Wang, Elder Su, Elder Lu, you came at the right time. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon nodded slightly. This is Chun Zong. White Sword Branches. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon used simple words to explain Chun Zong's identity and the cause and effect of this trip. Elder Tang sacrificed himself. The 3 elders were stunned, then grieved. Tang Yaohe was one of the pillars of the Extreme Heaven Association. Then they all looked at Chun Zong, the person Tang Yaohe sacrificed himself to protect. Their sharp eyes shone as if they wanted to see through Chun Zong. Chun Zong's expression did not change. He was not afraid of the 3 elders' gazes, and his body was straight. These 3 elders were all powerful elders of the Extreme Sky Society. Each of them was at the late stage of the profound heaven realm, and they were very powerful. They were also the 3 late-stage profound heaven realm elders of the Extreme Sky Society. Including the 7 branches, the Extreme Heaven Association had 10 elders in the late profound heaven realm in total. Adding Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon and the Association Master, there were 12 of them. To be able to maintain his composure under the gazes of the 3 of them and still be able to straighten his back, it meant that this kid was indeed extraordinary. However, sacrificing the life of a late profound heaven realm expert was too great a price. Junior, how can you do that? Elder Wang's eyes narrowed as he said in a low voice. Elder, I'm responsible for Elder Tang's death. I'll kill the maniac on that day to pay tribute to Elder Tang, Chun Zong said in a low voice. Shameless boasting. Elder Lu shouted angrily. Chun Zong was just a junior. How dare he say that he'd kill the maniac? Who was the maniac? For a moment, disappointment filled his heart. He felt that Tang Yaohe's sacrifice was not worth it. You said you'd kill the maniac on that day, which means you're confident. But confidence alone is not enough. Elder Su looked at Chun Zong with bright eyes and said in a sonorous voice, You still need to have enough talent and potential. Come, prove your talent and potential. Prove that you can surpass the maniac in the future. Only then will you be qualified to receive the resources of the Extreme Heaven Association. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon didn't say it explicitly when he brought Chun Zong back to the headquarters, but his purpose was obvious. He wanted to focus on training Chun Zong. It wasn't a big deal at first, but because of Elder Tang Yaohe's sacrifice, it became more serious. To test Chun Zong's talent and potential. If he passed, Chun Zong would receive the most resources of the Extreme Heaven Association. If he failed, he wouldn't receive any resources at all. It was that simple. May I ask how you can prove it, elders? Chun Zong replied with a question that was neither fast nor slow. His expression did not change, and his heart was calm. There was a deep confidence in him. What's your cultivation level now? Elder Su asked bluntly. What was your cultivation level before you entered the Earth Vein Tide? Before I entered the Earth Vein Tide, my cultivation level was at the peak of the 9th level of the Extreme Mortal Realm. Chun Zong said directly. At the same time, his aura fluctuated. The early stage of the 1st level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Instantly, the 3 elders were all shocked. Before entering the Earth Vein Tide, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Extreme Mortal Realm. Now, he was at the early stage of the 1st level of the Earth Spirit Realm. If what you said is true, it means that your talent and potential are good. But it also means that your luck is good. It's not enough to prove it. Elder Lu said with a frown. But how can I prove it? Chun Zong didn't get angry. His calm appearance made Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon nod secretly. From the beginning, he had been testing Chun Zong's temperament time and time again. Every time he tested him, he was satisfied. Chapter 896. Strength. How could he prove it? Only by fighting. But before he could prove his strength, he needed to do a test first. To prove one's talent and potential, one had to look at a few aspects. First stage, the younger one was the higher one's cultivation level, the higher one's talent and potential. Second, the density and purity of one's spirit power. To a certain extent, this was the foundation. Take a drop of your blood. Elder Lu took out a bronze compass. The compass was covered in strange patterns, looking very ancient and mysterious. This is used to test one's age. If one is less than 50 years old, it will emit a blue light. If one is more than 100 years old, it will emit a red light. If one is more than 200 years old, it will emit a green light. Shenzong didn't refuse. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. Under his conscious control, the blood returned to its original red color. As the blood dripped down, it was quickly absorbed by the compass. The patterns on the compass seemed to come to life, like 10,000 snakes slithering about. It gave off an indescribable feeling of horror. Everyone stared at it. Not long after, the countless lines stopped and a dot of light began to bloom from the center of the compass. At first, the light was very faint and no color could be seen. However, everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open. When the light truly bloomed, it immediately shocked the four people, including Sword's sovereign azure dragon. Blue light. It was an extremely dazzling blue light. Immediately, the four sky profound realm practitioners shifted their gazes to Chunzong. Their eyes were filled with surprise, as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. Less than 50 years old, the early stage of the Earth's spirit realm. Breaking through to the extreme mortal realm before the age of 50 meant that one was a genius. Breaking through to the Earth spirit realm before the age of 50 meant that only the top geniuses had the chance to do so, and one had to have enough luck. Judging from this point, Chunzong was undoubtedly a top genius. Not bad. Reaching the early stage of the first level of the Earth spirit realm before the age of 50 is indeed not bad. Elder Lu put away the compass as he spoke with a nod. Then, he changed the topic. However, the fact that you were able to break through to the Earth spirit realm is inseparable from the fortune of obtaining the Earth tide. It still cannot fully prove your qualifications. It sounded like Elder Lu wanted to make things difficult for Chunzong. I'll do it. Elder Su opened his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he waved his hand and a crystal pillar appeared in front of him. It was about 2 meters tall and was as thick as an ordinary person's waist. This is a small toy that I obtained in my early years. It does not have much use and can only be used to test the strength and purity of one's strength. In other words, it is used to test one's foundation. It is a comprehensive test. Insert your spirit energy into it. If a red light flashes, it represents the standard foundation of the first level of the Earth spirit realm. If a blue light flashes, it represents the second level of the Earth spirit realm. If a purple light flashes, it represents the third level of the Earth spirit realm. Elder Su's tone and attitude were clearly much better than Elder Lu's. Come, inject your spirit energy into the crystal pillar. Whether it was the compass or the crystal pillar, both made Chunzong feel mysterious. But although he was curious, Chunzong had no intention of delving into it. He reached out his hand and placed it on the crystal pillar. An icy cold feeling immediately flowed from his palm to his arm and spread throughout his entire body. Chunzong couldn't help but quiver, as if his cultivation level had been clearly probed. The king's earth vein spun as the earth vein spirit energy flowed from his arm and into the crystal pillar through his palm. Immediately, threads of faint red light appeared within the crystal pillar and gradually spread out, filling the entire pillar. A faint red light represented the foundation of the initial first level of the Earth spirit realm. In other words, if it was still a faint red light at the end, it meant that Chunzong's foundation was very, very ordinary. Initial first level of the Earth spirit realm. Initial first level of the Earth spirit realm. At this moment, the faint red light gradually deepened and turned into a faint red. This represented the foundation of the mid-first level of the Earth spirit realm. Any cultivator with decent potential who didn't purposefully pursue breakthroughs and instead sought stability would be able to achieve this. The faint red light wasn't the end, as the color continued to deepen until it turned red. This represented the foundation of the late first level of the Earth Spirit realm. If one's cultivation level was at the mid-first level of the Earth Spirit realm, but the light they emitted was faint red, it meant that their foundation wasn't strong enough. His foundation needs to be at least at the initial second level of the Earth Spirit realm to pass. Elder Lu transmitted his voice, and the other two elders nodded in agreement. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon didn't express any opinion. The Empyrean Summit wasn't ordinary. If one didn't have enough potential, how would they be qualified to receive important training from the headquarters? The red light turned into a deep red, which represented the foundation of the peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit realm. However, it didn't stop there as it turned from deep red to dark red. Gradually, threads of almost undetectable blue appeared within the dark red light. The three elders all stared with wide eyes, an indescribable sense of nervousness and anticipation in their hearts. Initial first level of the Earth Spirit realm with the foundation of the second level of the Earth Spirit realm wasn't a simple matter. It was also the standard to determine whether one was a true genius or not. More and more blue appeared and finally replaced the dark red light to become a faint blue. The three elders all heaved a sigh of relief as a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. Chunzong had met the second standard. However, the faint blue continued to change rapidly until it turned light blue. The light blue turned back to dark blue. This time, even Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was astonished. The blue turned back to dark blue, but it didn't stop there. The three elders stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with shock. Dark blue. Then, threads of purple light appeared within the dark blue, gradually increasing in number. Faint purple. Even Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was dazed when this color appeared. If it was said that an initial first level of the Earth Spirit realm with the foundation of an initial second level of the Earth Spirit realm was considered a genius, then an initial first level of the Earth Spirit realm with the foundation of an initial third level of the Earth Spirit realm was something that couldn't be described as a genius. A peerless genius. Only these two words could describe such a foundation. The difference between each level of the Earth Spirit realm was even greater than that of the extreme mortal realm. The color of the crystal pillar finally stopped changing from faint purple to light purple. This meant that Chunzong's foundation was stronger than the standard of an initial third level of the Earth Spirit realm, but not the middle of the third level of the Earth Spirit realm. The three elders and Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon all stared at Chunzong, dumbfounded. Their minds seemed to have frozen. After a while, the three elders and Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon finally reacted. They couldn't help but smile, their eyes filled with excitement. The strength of this foundation was indescribable. Who could achieve it? At least, none of the geniuses tested in the Empyrean Association could achieve it. It was also certain that no one in the Bright Sword Continent could achieve it. Even an expert like Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon couldn't achieve it. Such a foundation is simply unprecedented. Elder Su was so excited that his entire body was trembling. That's right. Focus on nurturing him with resources. We must let him grow as quickly as possible. Elder Wang also said with short breaths, extremely excited. Wait. Elder Lu said, but one could hear the excitement in his voice. One could also see the excitement in the depths of his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his hands together, and his eyes emitted a blazing light, as if he wanted to melt Chunzong. Chunzong, you're already qualified to receive resources from our headquarters, but I still hope that you can proceed to the third test. The third test is also a combat test. Without waiting for Chunzong to answer, Elder Lu quickly spoke again. His hurried tone revealed the excitement in his heart. A truly powerful cultivator must have innate talent and potential, a strong temperament, and a solid foundation. However, it is inevitable for cultivators to fight with others. Some cultivators may have amazing talent, but they can't fully utilize their strength or their battle awareness is not good enough. In other words, their combat ability is weak. Some cultivators might have an extremely solid foundation, but at the same time, Their actual combat ability was relatively weak. A truly powerful cultivator must be well matched in all aspects, and there can't be any obvious flaws. The world of cultivators is very cruel. As long as one wants to continue to cultivate to a higher level, fighting is inevitable. Many opportunities are not obtained by waiting, but by fighting for them. Fighting with people is like fighting with the heavens, and enemies are everywhere. If one doesn't have strong combat ability, no matter how good his talent is or how solid his foundation is, he is no different from a decoration. At the end of his cultivation, he can't protect himself, his companions, or the things he wants to protect. Instead, he'll live a life worse than death. Elder Lu explained a lot in order to get Qinzong to agree to the third test. Okay. Qinzong also answered without hesitation. Combat. So what? All along, he had been challenging those of a higher level. Combat for him was nothing at all. Hearing Qinzong's answer, Elder Lu was suddenly stunned, and then he was ecstatic. He suddenly found Qinzong more pleasing to the eye. How will this combat test be tested? Qinzong asked again. In our headquarters, there's a formation called the illusory Sword 100 Kill Formation. Sword Lord Azure Dragon said with a smile. This formation is called an illusory formation. Once you enter the formation, you will encounter a strong enemy and have a life and death battle with the enemy. After killing the enemy, you can enter the next stage. If you're defeated and killed, you will exit the formation. Qinzong nodded, indicating that he understood. Do you want to rest for a while? Elder Su asked. Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I don't need to rest. Qinzong said. Okay, let's go to the illusory Sword 100 Kill Formation now. Elder Lu quickly grabbed Qinzong's arm and took a step forward. Then, he quickly headed out of the side hall's door. This old Li, Sword Lord Azure Dragon, couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Among the three elders with real power, Elder Lu's temper was the most impatient and the most direct. Therefore, when he knew that Elder Tang Yao had sacrificed himself to save Qinzong, his reaction was the most intense. His words also showed that he wanted to make things difficult for Qinzong. But now, he didn't make things difficult because Qinzong's talent, potential, and foundation convinced Elder Lu wholeheartedly. Elder Tang Yao's sacrifice was worth it. Now, there was only the final test left, the combat test. Chapter 897. The temperature is dropping like a frozen dumpling. Six Paths is sitting there writing, but his hands are stiff and his legs are shivering. It's too cold. Brothers, remember to wear long johns and vote for Six Paths every month. The illusory Sword 100 Kill Formation was a large formation located in the northwest of the mountain, in a palace called the Illusory Sword Palace. Elder Wang, Elder Su, Elder Lu. The guard of the Illusory Sword Palace was an expert in the middle stage of the Sky Profound Realm. He was also an elder of the Illusory Sword Palace, but he wasn't as powerful as the elders. Seeing the three elders arrive, he hurriedly came out to greet them. At the same time, he was very surprised. The three elders were very high-ranking people in the headquarters. They rarely showed up, let alone all three of them together. Could it be that something big had happened? The elder of the Illusory Sword Palace hurriedly saluted. Then, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sword Master Azure Dragon. Even Sword Master Azure Dragon, who is second only to the leader, had come. What was going on? He quickly came back to his senses and saluted Sword Master Azure Dragon. Then, the elder of the Illusory Sword Palace saw Qinzong. It was a young and unfamiliar face. Normally, the elder of the Illusory Sword Palace wouldn't pay attention to it. However, it seemed that this young man had come with the three elders and Sword Master Azure Dragon. Elder Lin, is anyone using the Illusory Sword 100 Kill Formation? Elder Lu asked in a hurry. Elder Lu, your disciple, Yu Fei, is trying to break through the formation. It was the first time that Elder Lin had seen Elder Lu in such a hurry. Quick, tell him to come out. Elder Lu rushed into the Illusory Sword Palace. In the headquarters, the president was as rare as a divine dragon. In addition, there were Sword's sovereign azure dragon, 3 elders with real power, and various deacons. Finally, there were the geniuses who had made great contributions to the Extreme Celestial Association or were brought in by the various elders. There were only a few dozen people in the headquarters. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were younger than 100 years old. They were all geniuses that the Extreme Sky Association had focused on. Among them, the 3 most outstanding ones were taken in as disciples by the 3 elders. Normally, apart from cultivating, these geniuses would challenge the illusory Sword 100 kill array to hone their combat ability. "You Fei, come out immediately!" Elder Lu roared as soon as he entered the illusory Sword Palace. Elder Lu. Inside the illusory Sword Palace, the geniuses who were waiting outside the illusory Sword 100 kill formation were shocked when they saw Elder Lu. They quickly bowed and saluted. Shortly after, their eyes widened because they saw Elder Wang and Elder Su. What day was it today? 3 elders with real power actually came to the illusory Sword Palace. Chunzong followed him into the illusory Sword Palace and saw that in the center of the illusory Sword Palace, there was a large array in operation. Countless rays of light surrounded it in all directions, flowing with brilliant colors, giving people a very mysterious feeling. However, from the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Only by looking at the stone tablet erected on the side could one know what was going on inside. The third wave of the 3rd stage. Inside the illusory Sword 100 kill formation, the black-robed Yu Fei was fighting fiercely with 3 sword-wielding figures. Elder Lin, stop the array immediately. Elder Lu said quickly. While the formation was in operation, the people inside would not be able to hear the sounds of the outside world, nor would they be able to sense the situation outside. Elder Lin immediately stopped the formation. In an instant, the 3 sword-wielding figures turned into phantoms and dissipated like smoke. The black-robed young man was attacking with his sword. This change stunned him, but before he could think about it, a repulsive force landed on his body. It was as if the world was spinning, and in the next moment, he appeared outside the formation. He quickly reacted and noticed that there were many people inside the illusory Sword Palace. He glanced around and was immediately stunned. Then he quickly took 3 steps forward and walked in front of Elder Lu. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master, you're here." "Yes." Elder Lu nodded and ignored his disciple. Instead, he looked at Chunzong and said, "Young friend, you can enter the array now. By the way, inside the illusory Sword 100 kill formation, you can only rely on your own strength. You can't use any external objects or secret techniques." As soon as Elder Lu spoke, except for Elder Wang, Elder Su, and Sword Master Azure Dragon, everyone's expression changed greatly. Who was this person? He was actually called a young friend by Elder Lu, and his attitude was so friendly. Who didn't know that Elder Lu's temper was the most irritable? Even his disciple found it hard to see his master like this. In an instant, countless guesses circled around in their minds. They were even more unconvinced. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Chunzong smiled and stepped forward, walking towards the illusory Sword 100 kill formation. At the same time, Elder Lin activated the formation once more. Yu Fei knew that he left the array just now because the array was stopped. The purpose was to let this person enter the array. Thinking of this, Yu Fei's heart was filled with anger. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Yu Fei's inner thoughts, and no one was paying attention to his expression. Chunzong stepped into the illusory Sword 100 kill formation. Everything in front of him changed rapidly and soon stabilized. It was a field. There were no clouds in the blue sky. A scorching sun hung high in the sky. Under the sky was a vast field that seemed to have no end. The wild grass was like a forest. When the wind blew, it was like heavy waves. The sky was wide and the field was endless. It seemed very real, but Chunzong could still feel that it was fake. If it was real, there would be an indescribable sense of spirituality. However, these things, whether it was the sky or the scorching sun, the field the wild grass, or the wind, all lacked a sense of spirituality. They were all simulated. However, this was also because of Chun Zong's sharp senses. If it was someone with ordinary senses, they would feel that it was real. Just as Chun Zong was carefully appreciating the feeling between reality and illusion, a rustling sound was heard. A figure walked out from the wild grass. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. His face was old-fashioned and expressionless. His eyes were dull, and he was of an average height. He wore a long blue robe and held a long sword in his right hand. He walked step by step towards Chun Zong. His aura continued to condense with each step, becoming stronger and sharper. Chun Zong's eyes focused slightly, but a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chun Zong could tell at a glance that this person was a fake. The man's eyes were dull and didn't have any of the spirituality of a real person. The ripples of his aura were that of the early first level of the Earth spirit realm, the same as his own. The battle within the illusory sword 100-kill formation was directly related to one's level of training. The first opponent's level of training would definitely be the same as his. The middle-aged man's footsteps became faster and faster. He finally turned into a streak of light and charged forward with shocking speed. The sword he was holding suddenly turned and pointed forward at Chun Zong. It pierced through the air and stabbed forward with great precision. The long sword also exuded a shocking sharpness. It was obviously a middle-rank spirit sword. Chun Zong's figure flashed and avoided the opponent's sword. However, the middle-aged man's attack changed in an instant and changed from a stab to a slash, displaying a solid level of skill with the sword. Of course, this level of skill with the sword couldn't be considered very high. It could only be considered decent and had a solid foundation. This meant that this middle-aged man's level of training and skill with the sword had reached the standard of the early first level of the Earth spirit realm. This was the standard state. After dodging a few more blows, Chun Zong knew the level of this person's skill with the sword. He didn't continue to fight and used his finger in place of a sword to point lightly. A ray of sword light blossomed like a cold star and instantly pierced through the middle of his opponent's brows. His figure paused and then dissipated. The sound of rustling rang out again and was even more concentrated this time. Two figures strode forward from the left and right, increasing their speed. The figure on the left immediately stabbed forward with his sword. It was light and agile, and the tip of the sword trembled as it brought forth layers of illusions. The figure on the right chopped down with his sword, as if Chun Zong was a mountain and he wanted to split it apart. His momentum was heavy and forceful. These two people's sword skills were different from the previous person's, as they each had their own strengths. Chun Zong didn't immediately counterattack, but instead dodged and evaded their attacks. He observed their sword skills and saw through the mysteries of their techniques with a few glances. He then attacked and killed them at the same time. After that, three figures appeared one after another from the left, center, and right. They immediately attacked Chun Zong as soon as they approached him. Three different sword skills coordinated with each other from three directions, cutting off all paths of retreat for Chun Zong. This would be a dead end for an ordinary first-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioner, and they could only fight to the death. However, Chun Zong had many ways to deal with this. He dodged with ease, observed the sword skills a few more times, and then counterattacked. After Chun Zong killed the three figures, a gust of wind blew past. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out from the waves of wild grass, as if something was rapidly shuttling through the wild grass and approaching at an astonishing speed. Then, a sharp and cold sword light shot out from the wild grass and pierced through the air, mercilessly stabbing towards Chun Zong. Mid-first level Earth Spirit Realm. As Chun Zong's voice rang out, he took a slanted step forward. It seemed to be a close call, but he cleverly avoided this sword attack. The moment the mid-first level Earth Spirit Realm appeared, the words, "First wave of the second stage," appeared on the stone tablet outside the illusory formation, indicating that Chun Zong had passed the first stage and entered the second stage. There were three waves in each stage of the illusory sword 100-kill formation. One could only enter the next stage after passing through all three waves. The way to pass the stage was very simple. It was to fight and kill. As long as one killed the enemy, they would be able to enter the next stage. It was very straightforward and completely a test of one's combat ability. After all, one couldn't rely on external objects, secret arts, or forbidden arts. The second wave of enemies was not only stronger in cultivation, but their attainments in swordsmanship were also more profound. Chinzong could clearly feel it. However, such an improvement was nothing to Chinzong. It posed no threat to him at all. He dodged. After seeing through the mysteries of the enemy's sword skills, he used his finger instead of a sword to kill the enemy. The second wave consisted of 2 mid-first-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioners who attacked from the left and right. The third wave consisted of 2 late first-level Earth Spirit Realm practitioners who attacked from the left, center, and right. Not long after, the third wave of the second stage began to change into the first wave of the third stage on the stone tablet outside the formation. Chapter 898. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to make my master personally bring you here and stop the illusory sword 100 kill formation for you. Outside the formation, Yu Fei thought to himself with an indifferent expression and a flickering light in his eyes. Making it to the third level was nothing at all. He could easily do it as well. The truly difficult part was the later levels. The more levels one made it through, the stronger the opponents would be. Within the illusory sword 100 kill formation, Chinzong had killed 3 enemies. The wild wind blew and whistled. The wild grass swayed wildly, making violent noises. Like flying sand and stones, the air was suddenly filled with traces of killing intent. This trace of killing intent made Chinzong raise his eyebrows with interest. Another figure appeared and fell straight down from the sky. The sword light was like a meteor piercing through the air, as if it wanted to pierce through the earth. Peak of the first level of the Earth's spirit realm. Chinzong wasn't surprised. The sword pierced through the air like a meteor, but was easily dodged by Chinzong. After dodging a few times, Chinzong used his fingers as a sword and slashed out. The incomparably sharp sword light instantly shattered the sword aura and cut the opponent in half. The peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm wasn't weak, but compared to the current Chinzong, it was still weak. Even if Chinzong hadn't broken through to the Earth Spirit Realm, his strength was enough to fight against an ordinary peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, not to mention now. Whoosh whoosh. 2 sharp sounds tore through the air as 2 sword lights stabbed from the front and back. Only then did 2 figures appear in the air. Although the 2 peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm weren't weak, they still couldn't pose a real threat to Chinzong. Then came the 3 peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm. After the 3 enemies were killed by Chinzong in one move, the stone tablet in the outside world changed as well. The first wave of the 5th level. The opponents in this level were at the peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm. It wasn't easy to make it to the 5th level. The gap between the Earth Spirit Realm was even greater than that between the extreme mortal realm. Elder Liu and the others were actually quite satisfied. Chinzong's potential, and foundation were all quite shocking. His combat ability was quite good as well. You have some skill. Yu Fei smiled coldly. But if that was all, it was nothing. The words on the stone tablet changed again. The second wave of the 5th level. Not long after that, it became the third wave of the 5th level. This made everyone hold their breaths. The 5th level's enemies were all at the peak of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while the 6th level's enemies were at the early 2nd level. This was a huge leap, and there was an even greater gap between the 2 levels. Was also a distinction. Was the strength of the initial 2nd level of the Earth Spirit Realm immediately brought pressure to Chinzong. There was an obvious difference between this and the limits of the first level of the Earth Spirit Realm. If Chinzong hadn't broken through to the Earth Spirit Realm, then he wouldn't have been his opponent. But now, Chinzong wasn't afraid at all. The sword techniques of the 2nd level of the Earth Spirit Realm were even more powerful. Each sword was faster than the last as it pierced through the air and stabbed towards Chinzong. The swords were like flowing light, but also like lightning. Chinzong's footsteps were calm as he continuously dodged. Looking from the side, Chinzong was almost hit by every sword, missing by only an inch. The shockingly sharp aura pressed towards him, but Chinzong's expression was calm. In Chinzong's eyes, although the sword was very fast, he could still see it clearly. The trajectory of each sword and where it would ultimately stab were all within his grasp. He only needed to move his feet slightly to completely avoid it. It didn't take long for Chinzong to see through the mysteries of his opponent's sword technique. This was a sword technique that focused on speed. It emphasized the extreme speed of the sword and the continuous momentum of the sword, like the torrential waters of a river. It was indeed a decent sword technique. Since he'd seen through the technique, Chinzong wouldn't delay any longer. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, he attacked with a speed faster than his opponent. The other party's figure suddenly froze, as if he had been immobilized. A gust of wind blew, and the figure instantly dissipated, disappearing between heaven and earth. Only the rustling sound of the wild grass being blown by the wind could be heard. The second wave of the sixth stage. He passed. Who is he? Immediately, everyone outside the illusory formation was surprised. Yufei's face was also full of surprise. He'd actually passed the first wave of the sixth stage and entered the second wave. This was also his greatest achievement so far. He definitely can't pass. Yufei said to himself. The second wave of the sixth stage was his greatest achievement so far. As for the even greater achievement, it was the third wave of the sixth stage. He was in the same generation as him, but had been set by someone he'd always wanted to surpass. Not bad, not bad. Elder Lu's face was full of smiles. Elder Wang and Elder Su also nodded. With such talent and potential, such a solid foundation, outstanding combat ability, and a strong temperament, he already had the qualifications to become a true expert. He deserved to be heavily trained and must be heavily trained. Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon couldn't help but nod, and a sense of appreciation rose in his heart. Suddenly, the words on the stone tablet changed again. The third wave of the sixth stage. He passed again. Unbelievable. This is too shocking. Everyone exclaimed. The three elders with real power were stunned at first, but then they became even happier. I remember that since the establishment of our Empyrean Association, the best achievement in the illusory Sword 100 Kill Array was the first wave of the seventh stage. That's right, it was the first wave of the seventh stage. It was left by the Association Master's personal disciple 10 years ago. Silence. Elder Wang suddenly shouted angrily. It was as if it was a taboo to talk about what happened 10 years ago. The person who said that also realized something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to make any sound. This was because not only was Elder Wang angry, but the other two elders with real power also revealed a trace of anger. Even Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon frowned, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Within the illusory Sword 100 Kill Array, the wild grass in the boundless wilderness was cut down by the sword aura, flying in all directions. A desolate aura filled the air, almost suffocating those who saw it. The three balls of sword light came from three different directions. They were like three huge roulette wheels that could crush everything. For a moment, Chinzong found it hard to breathe. These were three early second-level Earth Spirit Realm experts. Their sword techniques were superb, and their strength was tyrannical. When they cooperated with each other, it was even more shocking. Surrounded by the three, Chinzong dodged with ease and then counterattacked. The heavenly will sword slashed through the air with a simple trajectory, but it sliced through the three people's throats, killing them in one stroke. This kind of exquisite sword technique was breathtaking. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A strong wind roared between the heavens and the earth, blowing the wild grass into the air. The desolate aura grew even more shocking. The soft sound of footsteps rang out. It seemed to come from far away, but it was also clearly transmitted into Chun Zong's ears. Step by step, he saw a black-robed figure walking out from the wild grass. This person's eyes weren't as rigid as those before, and had a trace of quickness and sharpness. A strong aura emanated from this person's body without any concealment, as if a strong wind was blowing. Mid-second level, Earth Spirit Realm. Only geniuses at the early first level of the Earth Spirit Realm could defeat an ordinary early second level of the Earth Spirit Realm. But if one wanted to defeat an ordinary mid-second level of the Earth Spirit Realm with an early first level of the Earth Spirit Realm, then one would need to be at the peak of the Heaven's Pride Realm. The higher a cultivator's cultivation, the greater the gap between small and large levels. After all, one's strength wasn't only measured by cultivation, but also by other aspects, such as martial Tao. As this person's footsteps approached, Chunzong also felt a wave of pressure hitting him in the face. The previous enemies either hadn't comprehended the force of heaven and earth, or had only comprehended the first or second level of the force of heaven and earth. But the force of heaven and earth emanating from this person's body had surpassed the second level, and had reached the even stronger third level. The force of heaven and earth was divided into 9 levels, with the first being the lowest and the 9th being the highest. In theory, the first to third levels corresponded to the extreme mortal realm, the 4th to 6th levels corresponded to the earth spirit realm, and the 7th to 9th levels corresponded to the profound sky realm. But theory was only theory. In reality, many people in the early stage of the extreme mortal realm hadn't comprehended the force of heaven and earth at all. Those with better talent had only comprehended the first level of the force of heaven and earth, while the better geniuses and geniuses had only comprehended the second level. But it was different after breaking through to the earth spirit realm. The comprehension of the power of the earth veins was also helpful to the comprehension of the force of heaven and earth. Therefore, any earth spirit realm cultivator could comprehend the force of heaven and earth. Most early-stage earth spirit realm cultivators could comprehend the second or third level of the force of heaven and earth, and the stronger ones could comprehend the 4th level. There is a clear difference between the levels of the force of heaven and earth, and the 3rd level was much stronger than the 2nd level. In other words, not only was this person at the mid-second level of the earth spirit realm stronger than the early 2nd level of the earth spirit realm, his mastery of the force of heaven and earth had also surpassed the early 2nd level of the earth spirit realm. Add to that his mastery of the sword skill, his strength was obviously much stronger, and he could easily defeat the early 2nd level of the earth spirit realm. Chunzong felt an even stronger pressure from this person, and it was several times stronger than before. Instantly, a trace of seriousness flashed across Chunzong's face. If he only used his qi cultivation, this person might be a strong opponent. Chunzong didn't plan on revealing too much of his strength, and only used his qi cultivation to face the enemy. In the end, he still had to hold back. In that instant, both sides drew their swords. The 3rd level of the force of heaven and earth was infused into the sword, and it pierced through the air. The speed of the sword was fast, and its power was shocking. It was accompanied by waves of rumbling thunder, and its momentum was terrifying. As the sword passed through, the wild grass was sent flying and then turned into powder. Chunzong swung his sword, and the sword light was like thunder, tearing through the air. The 3rd level of the force of heaven and earth followed, and the wind and clouds surged. Although the spirit power within Chunzong's Earth Vein King Vortex was dense and pure, and his foundation was incomparably solid, he was able to defeat an ordinary early 3rd level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and was close to the mid-3rd level of the Earth Spirit Realm, but a foundation was only a foundation and not strength. The 2 swords clashed in midair, and thousands of sparks flew in all directions. It was as if the wild grass had been ignited and turned into wisps of fire that burned brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, both sides had drawn their swords dozens of times and clashed dozens of times. Shockingly sharp sounds surged in all directions, turning into sound waves that swept out in all directions. The air was like water, You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.